Thank you for rejoining us here at the EU Masters Play-ins. My name is Stanley Greyheart-Barker, once again joined by Maurits Chronicler Mewson. We had a small break there as we waited to fix some problems in this Asus ROG Elite versus the Super game. I'm pleased to tell you teams are back into Champ Select and we're going to be bringing you the action just as quickly as we can.
And, you know, we keep saying that, but now we're actually going to get into action, Stan. Like, I actually believe in it this time. I think it's going to be okay. I think we're not going to have any issues. We are having a hefty delay on our game, unfortunately for us, with now a half an hour past without any sign of gameplay. And I am hoping that we will be getting into the game soon. But if you look at these two drafts, like we're going to do a little short recap of what we said thus far. On one hand, Aces has a strong top side that bot and mid lane are kind of expected to leave themselves as they are currently. You know, just take it easy, not take too many risks, and try to shy away from dying, which is going to be hard against the composition on the Super because they have a lot of potential to force stuff and then play through their Wukong and Lee to get them into a great later stage of the game. Whereas the Super, it's early skirmishes. It's using the priority that you're going to get with these lanes that you found yourselves in, and they're snowballing that into a quick and, looking at this, possibly very clean game.
That's certainly what a Super will be hoping for. That would take them to 3-1 after the fourth game of play-ins, with 2 games still to play. They'd be looking pretty good for securing that second seed spot, if not even the first, if they were perhaps even able to beat Gamer Legion later on. No one else has managed to do that just yet, so it will certainly be a big ask. Both these teams will be expecting to beat Viper, so if Asus ROG Elite can win this game, then suddenly they could really turn this group on its head as they look to try and find themselves their own path all the way in, out of the play-ins and into the main draw.
And pick and ban is now on its way. It's going to be the same pick and ban, just so you know, but we should be just a-okay to get into that shortly, and then get into the gameplay that's going to be brought to us here in this this here stream. Of finally, Stan, because we haven't actually been able to really cast the game yet.
No, we had issues with I think it was most likely my internet on day number 1. Yesterday obviously brought its own series of technical difficulties. This game's been delayed. Surely now this is where it all goes down. We're following Asus ROG Elite, who are the Serbian team. They are going to be Kex in the top lane, Speedy as the jungler, Kashtalan the mid laner, Nikola as ADC, and support Stefan.
And let's take a look. And you already asked me who I think is going to win. I'm going to stick with a Super. The polls did not change my mind. The second pick and ban did not change my mind because it's exactly the same pick and ban. And as they are now through pick and ban, we're going to go into loading screen soon. Hopefully this time no issues, because it is specifically with these two teams. One of the teams, I think, it's not a issue of that we had of like the same nature we yesterday. We had to reschedule everything. So hopefully we're going to be going into some quality gameplay soon. I'm going to be looking at Speedy. Expected him to start at the bot side of the map so that he can make a play early on. I'm going to be looking at Roller Cup and Jakey, to what extent they can mitigate this early power from the Lee Sin, who's expected to really camp his Wukong, because camping Corki, not really great. Camping Cassiopeia before she has at least one item, also not really great. And against the lanes that they're against, it's such a big risk if you get counter-ganked. It's pretty much immediately game over.
We gave a full shout-out to the Aces lineup, so let's do the same for a Suba as well. The Czech team are going to be Robocop in the top lane, Jakey is their jungler, Random in the mid lane, Danny ADC, and Rufus as support. The two teams are getting themselves onto the Rift, hopefully this time, to actually get the action well and truly started here on the second stream for EU Masters Play-In. This could be it. We could finally have a game, Maurits.
We could have an actual game that we can cast as well. Like, I don't know how I feel about that. You know, are we ready? Can we really do this? Are the viewers going to finally be satisfied that we're going to stop talking and get actual gameplay?
We're as ready as we'll ever be. I mean, you know, they might not want more of you talking, but I'm hearing that they love listening to me, so that's great.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's great if you can be completely oblivious to Twitch chat and never check it, and in your eyes, you're always right.
You know, what I would love, if the game gets cancelled yet again, just do some live charades, you know, on stream. If you haven't seen this yet, make sure to go to the Greyhound stream. He's not going to tell that to himself, but let me assure you that it's going to be awesome. And it's going to be some great League of Legends charades. I'm sure you already have your draft for tomorrow ready, so you can just give it a little sneak peek if we're not going to get into this game again. But I'm feeling hopeful. I think within the next 20 seconds, we're going to get ourselves a game number 1.
Okay, we'll get into the action just as quickly as we can see it on the Rift. We will be bringing it to you. In terms of tomorrow's, I'm not going to lie to you. I am running out of ideas at this point, but I have still got I've still got 2 pocket picks there. I've done full cosplays of Surgeon Shen and Secret Agent Jin Zhao before now, so you never know. That might be what I bring out at some point in the near future when I'm really desperate.
So, to what extent are you going to go for? Are you going to be able to create actual monsoons?
I mean, no, is the short answer.
I would love for you to do that. That would be great, honestly.
Right, well, we are seeing some action on our screens now. Asus and Isuba both finding their way onto the Rift, taking their defensive positions. It's at this moment that I realise the VLC stream is quite far behind the Discord one.
And for me, it's fine. So it's you again, Stan. I'm not sure what you're doing there, buddy. This is fabled UK internet we've heard so much about. Also, the reason we won't be having a couple of our other casters having some issues as themselves. Whereas our superior Dutch internet is doing great, not having any issues whatsoever.
Well, I'm glad to hear. What timer are you at on the screen?
I am currently at a solid. Let me check. I want to say 1 minute and 16.
Okay, we are pretty close. I think that's about as good as it's going to get for now. So let's start casting some League of Legends. We have got these 2 teams vying it out, and it's going to be the blue side start for the Lee Sin, slightly surprisingly.
Yeah, I would have much rather seen him go for a play on top side. As mentioned previously, I feel like that is where you're going to have the or bot side rather, so you can path towards top side, because I feel like that's the lane that you want to gank most. Maybe some mind games going on here. If Vex can withstand the early pressure, because Wukong early on is not actually as strong as he used to be. He used to have some really strong, I think, level 2 cheese where you just all in them with Ignite. But he's really been turning much more of a bruiser. We also see this in an itemization path, picking up the Black Cleaver a lot more. Of course, that Blade in the Ruined King is a really big item. And that's also what we're going to be looking at for Cact here. And then you spike a little bit later, but you spike much more, or you scale much more consistently. And you're an insane duelist as you get into the later stage of the game. You get an item or 2.
So fresh.
You're in mid lane. Some trading.
Scatter the Weak, not quite going to connect. Cash to land, keeping a decent chunk of his health, but these orbs dropping from random going to make things a little more difficult for the Earth Rider at the moment. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, we see that Rufus has now hit level 2, so a little bit of extra threat onto Nicola and Stefan.
I don't mind that personally. Would like him, as I said before, Cactus is going to have it a little bit harder here. And if he gets too low, there is a possibility for a dive. Although the Wukong is not that easy to dive. It's not as hard as something like, say, a Set. As Jackie goes in, it is going to go into the jungle. And I think he also expected Speedy to go for a bot side start. It's not really working out here because he's trying to counter jungle, trying to get some camps, but he's just losing valuable time, which means that we might see a tempo lead coming out here now from Speedy. Might just lead to scuttle trades both sides of the way and not too much more than that, as Castellan does get taken low here. Does still have more mana, but with that final Q, I don't think he's going to really be in a position to trade back. And as mentioned previously, I expect there to be, not too much action here, and that's good for Aces.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's just a slow, steady build-up for them, because while they've got some early game potential coming out of the Wukong, coming out of the Lee Sin, they just want mid and their bot lane to be safe, and so far that is very much so the story of the game. Syndra, of course, not having a huge amount of mobility, apart from that flash that's currently available, so maybe we'll see Lee Sin pathing towards that, but it's still more likely that we get ourselves a bit of a rumble in the top lane.
And now here, first backs coming through here on the bot side. And on the other hand, yeah, as I said before, I feel like these first backs are going to be bigger for the Olaf, for the Syndra, who's not able to pick up any big items yet. Cassiopeia just going to stick with a nothing but a tier. Ooh. And Cacti teleports into lane. That's a fair bit greedy. And I would not mind if Jakey goes for something here.
Well, with the
doesn't go for it, though.
Yeah, grab landed from Robocop, but the back completed by Jakey, so we're not going to see anything more there. Kex not punished for going for with the greedy teleport. Robocop is going to have to match that one in the moment, leaving a small disparity, a bit of an advantage over to Asus ROG Elite.
Now teleport comes in. Nice teleport there by Robocop, otherwise you lose out on this huge wave. And as I said before, slow early game here. I feel like there's still a timing window that's pretty big here for Team Asuba. They're not in any big hurry, but I would like to see them contest this first Infernal Drake, contest something like that Rift Herald once it spawns, because if you don't do that, I feel like you're going to be in hot waters. And besides that, I feel like individually, in terms of laning, we don't really see the leads that I would like to see. I feel like Asuba is going to have to exert some pressure, which they do the moment I say it, by shoving in bot side and getting a effectively free Infernal Drake here, which they should take and should have, and they're going to.
Bit of vision being fought over by Castellan, but there's nothing he can do to get near the Infernal Dragon. That one's secured by Asuba. It's going to be Cloud Dragon second of all, which means that we're going to be looking at either a Mountain or an Ocean Soul as we finally see a potential gank coming in. Jakey just waiting around. The Flay's going to connect on Stefan as the piercing arrow goes through. That's going to be the hook connecting. Stefan in all sorts of trouble. He manages to get the dredge line onto the turret. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Kex is going lower and lower in the Cyclone, in the Death Realm, and that is going to be the death of Wukong. Kex dies to Robocop for first blood.
That's a really big risk. He's like trying to fight with the Mordekaiser. He doesn't even have the arm guard yet, but as Kex, you are, as mentioned previously, I think Mordekaiser is such a strong early game duelist, especially when he has his ultimate available, that a level 6 all-in like that, don't really expect that to work out. And the problem is now, your Blade and Ruin King Spike is going to be a lot less relevant than it would be otherwise. And that means that Robocop is going to have a field day here in this matchup now. Also picked up the arm guard. And I hope Speedy pays a visit to top lane, because that matchup does not look good for the Wukong until you finish Blade. And even then, you might want to be getting some extra MR. Maybe pick up Mercury Threads, something like an early Hex Drinker. But that's going to delay your build by a fair bit. On the plus side, though, rest of the map going peachy for Aces. We see Corky farming up. We see Cassiopeia just chilling, even ahead in CS. And that's not a bad place to be in. I love this invade here, though. This is what you want to see. Take early priority and make use of the power that you have.
Rufus not being spotted yet. Yeah, Speedy's in a lot of trouble here if he tries to contest this one. He does land that resonating strike. However, there's surely nothing he can do to steal this one away. Jakey's going to just step into his jungle, take that one with a little support from 3 of his comrades.
Jakey on the Olaf. Hasn't found any kills, but he doesn't really need to, right? Just make sure that you keep finding these little leads. Of course, you outfarm the Lee Sin, and if you pick up more and more objectives, then you're going to be A-okay.
Yeah, that's now a pretty considerable CS advantage for Jakey over Speedy. Up in the top lane, as you said, Robocop now looking just stronger and stronger. Not a lot that Kex can do. It was just before the Infernal Dragon went down, which obviously led to those frantic fights in the bot lane and the first blood in the top lane, that you were saying that we hadn't seen Asuba sort of pulling the trigger yet, not getting those early leads we saw them needing. They were waiting on the crucial level 6s. As soon as they were obtained, we saw action. Now I'm looking at Daney, who has got the Chains of Corruption up for the first time in this game. Will we see any more players in the bot lane? Because Stefan is still missing a flash.
There's also level 4, and that's actually a really big gap that you're going to have, because I expect Rufus to hit level 6 sometime soon, meaning that you can't really do anything here as the bot lane. And next Drake is going to be in 2 minutes. You will actually have the time to, you know, pick up the Drake as it will spawn. But for now, just stay safe. That's all you need to do here. Also, we pointed this out in our analysis, but we haven't really paid attention to it yet here. Very happy that Daney has gone for the Lethality Carthus. Or Lethality Varus. That will be a build.
Lethality Carthus is the most terrifying thing I think I've ever heard of.
You know, you die and then you still auto-attack them to death. And then, I mean, skills don't do anything. But Lethality Varus is really strong. As Daney can just... If that
click the lantern, Daney gets to safety.
He does get up. And he doesn't even have to use anything.
Jakey there recalling on top of a ward here on the bottom half of the map. So right away, Asus knew that was a play that they could look into making. They weren't able to get anything out of it, however, and they did use the Petrifying Gaze. So Nicola going to be missing a fairly crucial summoner spell there.
as we will see Stefan getting closer and closer to the level 6 when depth chart becomes available and you become a lot more threatening. I would have liked to see a full-on lane swap here. Would not have minded that, but not sure if that's going to be the case. The Suba, though, they are doing what we wanted them to do. They're going to be able to pick up this Rift Tower. They're also going to be able to simultaneously contest Drake, and then just kind of snowball from there. They do need to give Jakey some help here, though, with the priority that having the lanes. I think they should be fine, but I don't love that Danny is going down. Again, I get it, you have to teleport, so you should be able to contest. But I feel like if they just stay here as 5, they can either force a team fight, which they should definitely win with how the game state is looking right now, or you just, you can just pick it up for free. But instead, they don't want to expand it, or they want to make use of that teleport. But now you've just lost a lot of time on a Varus that is still behind in terms of CS. Like, this isn't going to gain him any big or particularly relevant lead. So
yeah, I mean, if Danny had been gaining, for instance, turret plating there, then I think you could have maybe argued that was worth it, a load of extra gold being shoved into the ADC's pocket. But that didn't happen. The Herald is eventually going to be started up, but at the same time, Lee Sin has now looked towards the Cloud Dragon himself. So rather than getting 2 objectives, almost for sure, Asuba are going to find themselves getting the Herald and then maybe losing out on Cloud.
I think the Cloud Drake, all of all, is not the biggest to lose, but it's about the timer that you set. That you want to set for Asuba. And that's a big problem.
They miss out on getting Soul earlier or a potential Elder.
Yeah, I feel like it's just because you give Aces so much more time clockwise, as well as a Mountain Soul, which would be good for both teams. I feel like if you look at the defensive stats being built on either side, it's going to be fairly similar, a bit more for Asuba. But yeah, like just kind of a weird play there, trying to get a little bit greedy with the waves. And therefore, like, I think you want to 5v5 at this point in time here as a Suba, because you can just move in. No one on Aces can really face check you. But I guess they don't want to take that risk, which is fine. But then with this composition, you kind of need to take those risks.
Eventually, Danny does burn that teleport. It's just to come down back into the bottom half of the map, keeping as much of the gold in his pocket as he can. Has completed the Umbral Glaive now, so vision is going to be that little bit easier to control. The Lethality Varus alongside this composition, is it in a... Would you have maybe wanted to see the on-hit Varus over it?
No, definitely Lethality Varus. Like, I feel like it's much stronger here as Rufus does get the hook.
He's going to connect on this one. Flash is back up for Stefan. Is he going to be able to use it? Nicola just absolutely obliterates the Thresh. In comes Olaf, taking the Lee Sin. Chains of Corruption. Going to land onto Nicola. And so is the ultimate coming in from Syndra. That's going to be random getting his. He didn't actually get the kill in the end. That one went over to Varus with the final piercing arrow. Stefan is the one who got hooked. Stefan's the one who survived. But now he's 1v3 under the turret. Used the dredge line to get to safety already. One turret plate has been lost. We can see Asuba are looking for more.
As they should. Umbral Glaive, of course, an incredibly strong power spike. Not only the vision denial, as it's a bit awkward, means that Danny needs to stop hitting the turret, which is not what you want to do. But there you also see the power of this composition here. And this is how Asuba should play. The fact that, Rufus gets blown up there is a little bit unfortunate, but not the end of the world. But I like to see them get more out of this. And that's like starting to become kind of a recurrent problem for me now. At 30 minutes, they do have a gold lead that's relevant, 1.5k roughly. Loves Robocop's builder, by the way. Just go for straight up defensive itemization, meaning you can continuously actually trade and win trades against the Wukong, although they've both kind of ceased trading at the moment. But Asuba, they are the ones on the clock here. You can't afford to just freely keep playing. And like, don't get me wrong, it's not that Asuba are going to auto lose the game if they get to a certain point, because they still have a really strong skirmish. They have great poke, but you are looking at a Corki and a Cassiopeia. And that's not fun to play against.
And both those champions have just picked up fairly key items, Maritz. We do see that now the Seraph's Embrace slowly stacking towards the Archangel staff. Trinity Force is now there for the Corki. So some of the power spikes that are really, really needed for those two champions starting to come through already. And it's only a 1,500 gold lead for Asuba? Questionably not enough at the 14-minute mark.
Yeah, Corki just hasn't had to do anything this game, and that's ideal. So we have a team fight here.
That's going to be the miasma put down. It's going to ground the fresh in play. Use the stopwatch, stay alive. Double teleports coming in. Daney trying to fight, finding Stefan, getting one kill as Wukong comes in and takes out the fresh. Both of the supports are dead. Robocop has used the death realm straight onto Kex, who uses the cyclone for a little bit of zone. He's right on the edge of survivability, and he manages to stay alive until the piercing arrow rips straight through the heart of the Monkey King. Now here comes Random trying to land a potential scout of the week, but it's not going to connect. Cash to land, doing good damage. The Rift Herald has been summoned, looking for first turret here in the bottom half of the map. The 4 members strong of Asuba pushing towards this one. Speedy is going to be able to escape from that one just by the skin of his teeth. Kex, not so lucky. We saw him going down. Now it's 5 kills to 2 in favor of Asuba, and they get first turret as well.
Really key play that from Asuba, and you see again the power of this lethality virus there. Kex, nice effort to try and stay alive. Unleash power just not enough as Castellan gets out. Has to blow his flash though, which isn't great. Like, that's a really important summoner as the Corki, because it's going to mean that you're so much more vulnerable to any follow-up shenanigans here. I thought that the team was going to go worse because Daney misses the corrupting or chains of corruption early on, which would seem like that's recipe for disaster. You can't really afford to miss that, especially with everyone so clumped up. You would have gotten so much CC out of and damage out of that. But then, fortunately, Robocop finds a really nice pick onto Kex, who then can use his power to get on top of someone like Danny. Rufus dying is unfortunate, but again, you know, he's fresh. If he dies, but the team fight follow-up is fine, then he's not going to be too sad about the state of affairs. And then, yet again, this lethality virus is going to become a bigger and bigger problem. Looks to be wanting to build an Edge of Nana, also the Boots of Swiftness. And then once he picks up his Yumas as well, he's going to be so incredibly quick. And I'm going to be looking at Kex and Speedy here, because if they can't get to Daney every single fight, like these objectives, actually contesting them, is going to be an absolute nightmare, because you're going to get hit by piercing arrows left and right. As this might be an important team fight here, as Rufus goes in very deep.
Stefan gets caught by the hook, but it's Rufus who takes the death sentence to his own death. Speedy trying to get to safety, managing to safeguard away. It's a 5 versus 4, but low health bars on both Stefan and Speedy as they find the connection of the death charge onto Daney, but he gets himself out with the flash, is able to keep alive. Robocop yet again taking down Kex. Now it's a 4 versus 4 with this third dragon of the game on the playing field.
Doesn't hit the arrow there, but I feel like you can just take priority here, easily get that Mountain Drake, and be a very happy camper here. And perhaps even more important than getting the Mountain Drake, because you are looking like the Mordekaiser built some defensive stats, of course. Olaf, after his Black Cleaver, is presumably going to build a bit tankier. And the Fresh is happy with those as well. But I love that you're able to both get a shield against the reliable poke that is expected to come out on the side of Aces. And it also means that your Varus, like your Lethality Varus, is going to be so much more deadly, because if he's trying to go through a mountain shield every time, like the more armor they get, the less useful the Varus will be, because unlike on-hit Varus, you're pretty decently able to itemize, right? So if they would be able to pick up those Drakes, if they would be able to start scaling up their tankiness, his effectiveness becomes a lot less. But now Asuba is doing what we need. They go for these skirmishes, they play them out correctly. Would like to see Rufus go a little bit less deep, because I feel like that is going to backfire eventually if you keep doing that. But at least he draws out resources from Aces, and Aces now are starting to slowly see the game snowball out of control for them, and that's exactly what they kind of wanted to avoid, and where they avoid early. But now the mid-game spike hits incredibly hard, and once Daney gets a second item and Random is also going to hit another spike, I feel like it's going to be more bad news here for Aces, who just needs to hold on for dear life.
Yeah, the mid-game spikes have hit hard, and so does the Rift Herald coming in, getting the second charge off after taking down that mid lane inner turret. Both the Herald and the Dragon seeded over on the back of that last fight. We said during Champ Select how over the course of this competition, we've been looking towards Wukong being one of the potential power picks that we were going to see. However, so far, it's been underwhelming, and the same is true in this game.
And I feel like it's not even the Wukong pick specifically. I feel like players are maybe somewhat overestimating his early game power, because he is really strong, but he's like more of an extended duelist now with a lot of backline threat. And I also feel like the composition from Aces is not really doing them any favors here. Like, I think if you pair the Wukong with something like the Yuumi, like that's insane synergy. So instead of going for the Nautilus Cassiopeia, if you go for something which allows you... Yeah, I mean... any Yuumi lane, really, like just get a save 80 carry, throw a Yuumi on there, and have a composition that kind of wants to do the same thing. Because now you have a composition that, like I said before, if you get ahead with this, it's fine. Because then you can use the poke from Castellan and Nicola to then go in on the back line. But now you have a composition, half of it wants to kite back, because otherwise they're going to get murdered by Olaf, Mordekaiser, Yeah, a Cactus, that's not going to end well for you. I mean, he's going to stay alive for a little bit.
A little bit indeed. Uses the clone, uses the cyclone, gets caught by the scatter the weak. The unleashed power comes in. Daney joins the fight as well. Kex trying to get something on the back of this, almost taking down Random, but loses his own life before the Syndra goes down. Cassiopeia continuing the push in the bottom half of the map as mid lane priority has been gained by Asus, but they are going to lose a turret and a kill for that privilege.
And I don't really think it's worth it at this point in time because they're probably going to be able to get a lot of damage on the second turret as well. Drake going to be spawning in roughly 2 minutes. That's probably when we're going to see the next all-out brawl because that would put Asus or Isuba rather on sore point. And I feel like now is where Asus really needs to keep that cool. And that's going to be really hard because you're staring down the barrel of an extremely Vality Varus who is going to shred everyone on your team because you have no armor.
The Edge of Night now picked up as well, so that much harder to get on top of him too.
Yeah, that's like I said, I feel like once the Ghost Blade comes in as well, even Cax and Speed are going to have a hard time. Like, unless they get on them together or you get a great insect play or Cax finds a flank. But it's not just Daney, right? And even if he dies after hitting 1 or 2 arrows, he's still fine. This is a bit overzealous, but they have the Fresh. It's not a big problem.
We're still waiting to see that first big fight that involves Castellan. He's by far got the most CS on the battlefield, 40 CS over the nearest rival, but we haven't really seen him have an impact in the fight yet. We haven't seen what those rockets can do and all of that extra magic damage that's going to come through from the fact he's got the Sork boots, building towards what most likely will be an Infinity Edge as well, getting closer and closer to the massive power spikes that bring a late game Corki online.
I feel like that's good, but I don't think it's enough because again, Corki doesn't really have much much peel here, right? I don't think he's going to be able to shred through the Olaf fast enough. He needs to be really mindful of Mordekaiser, and if he takes 1 or 2 hit arrows from Daney, he's still going to be dead. Like being able to be killed by anyone in a single rotation. Packages picked up though, and this is a crucial fighter for Aces. Are they going to handshake it? Yes or no? I get that you don't want to give up a sword point, but it feels like if you lose this fight, you're pretty much out of the game now, and 4k cool deficit, item spikes just being hit. It's not looking good here for Asus fans.
Looking at the position these two teams are taking around this dragon, it doesn't feel like Asus want to give over this dragon free of charge, but like you say, it'll be so difficult for them, and it could easily throw the entire game away if they were to lose a fight convincingly, because if they lose members, they don't just lose the dragon, they'll probably lose the Baron too.
And this is a risky play here, but I like it. They're looking to go for a big collapse. There's no vision here if Jakey walks in too aggressively, but they should suspect something's up. There goes the first axe.
Oh, Kex has got the teleport available, can join on the Wukong whenever needed. However, there's already a 5-stack here, cutting Stefan off. He is running for the hills. He's led the opposition straight to the Dragon of Super. Gonna start this one up. Here comes the teleport in from the Wukong, right into the middle of the team. Gonna get a multi-man Cyclone. Here he goes, but he gets immediately rooted down. He has to dash out before even using the Cyclone. Kex stays healthy, but doesn't manage to get that big knock-up that maybe could come through from the teleport. This is a dangerous, dangerous game being played by both teams. This could be the moment that the game is won or lost. Massive stun landing onto Nicola, having to use the cleanse, just about staying alive on half health. Speedy taking down Olaf a certain amount. This is going to lead to Asus starting off the dragon. They're going to be able to pick this one up due to the big chunk that was done on Olaf. Now pressure being put on the mid side by the team from Asuba. They are going to get themselves a turret in response.
That's really key, that, as you see they can't funnel through these choke points. Now this is a bit greedy from Aces. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of this.
Are they going to look for the potential fight? Random with the scatter of the weak might be doing enough to zone them off. Ruthless waiting, looking for a potential hook. There is so much vision here for Asuba.
Yeah, and I'm going to go for it. And there you see, Asuba knows this as well. They need to respect the choke points, because if you go with a choke point there, Cax just wipes you, because there is so much AoE damage coming out from Aces. And that's why it's vital that Asuba stay in control. And like the other Drake, I don't feel like this is a Drake that you had to give up as Asuba. I feel like yet again, they kind of lingered around mid lane a little bit too long, trying to set up a fight. Whereas if you are the one with priority and dragon, I don't think Aces can ever really approach. But instead, they gave the time to have that flank being set up there with a nice teleport from Cax. And then Chains of Corruption was used by Daney on that Wukong, which I don't mind too much, but it does mean that you lose that big cooldown. And that means that that win condition of a Drake is going to take a lot longer, a lot of extra stats giving over for free to Aces. And yet again, we got to reiterate this as we see the Essence Reaver now fixed on Corki. Nicola and Castellan are just going to become stronger indefinitely from this point on. Whereas the composition from Asuba is now kind of hitting their peaks. Like they're gonna remain strong, and they're gonna become stronger, but not to the extent that Aces will do it here. And that worries me because Asuba, I feel like that Drake might be the linchpin if you look back at this game. Now, don't fret if you are an Asuba fan. I feel like if they play a bit more proactively, like they've done with great vision control in the top side vision, set up the side with favorably, and then push from there, they're still going to be a-okay. But they need to respect that they need to be the one who set the tempo here, and they kind of feel like indecisive and scared at times, which is Aces saying, you know, we're just going to hang back. Very happy to see that.
And listening to you say that sort of echoes a lot of what I feel. It feels like these two teams are almost playing the opposite sort of tempo that I would expect both of them to do. It feels like it should be Asuba who are forcing things, wanting these fights to happen, wanting to contest objectives. And actually it's Aces who probably can afford to hold out and just buckle down. They're the ones who are actually going forward, taking things for themselves. These two teams both playing a little bit cautiously, I suppose would be the word, especially Asuba, who don't want to give up this lead. Remember, they're 2-1 in the group in comparison to the 1 and 2 of Aces. They don't want to find themselves in a tiebreaker against potentially this very team later on in the night.
And we will see now, even without the Baron, the pushing power is shown here, because the sieging potential that you have with the lethality virus is just really, really good. But it is scary, and like a single mistake here, if they step a little bit too far forward, depth yards get hit, they can just die. If Cax can somehow sweep around the vision and find a flank, gets on top of Danny while Rufus is too close by, you die. This is what you want to see, though. Lethality virus, just keep spamming those arrows. Blue buff is about to come up. Would love to see that go to Danny ASAP. But instead, they're going to keep sieging here. And I feel like I get it. But Drake is going to come up in a minute and a half. And I'd much rather see them play for that. Because I feel like you're taking a risk here. As it seems like we have lost Greyheart for the time being. So I'm going to continue off on my own here. If I'm not mistaken, I am still talking to you guys. If not, then I'm the silly one, but that's okay. As we will now see Robocop there with the 1v1. A lot of damage coming through here. Does find the final order and is able to pick up a kill here. As now we will see that Suba rather is still able to hold on to this tempo. Bit of a late recall here. But actually with 45 seconds on the clock, I think they should still be okay making it back there. And now Aces can go for either a Hail Mary Baron, which is, you know, the risky play considering the vision control that Suba has. They're just kind of going from bad to worse here. And I think Greyheart has come back there.
I'm sorry, I have no clue what happened there. Just everything decided to drop out, but I am back. What did I miss?
Well, not too much. We saw a kill get picked up by Robocop, who's having a great Mordekaiser game here. Priority now taken. That engage that we wanted to see come out of Aces was kind of there, but it was just a depth charge. Danny used his flash. That flash being down, though, means that a follow-up mistake like that might be a big risk here. And I also would have preferred to see that blue buff go to Danny. With how strong he currently is, and I feel like his poke is going to be more relevant for how these fights play out. Well, this will allow Random to get in more rotations in these fights, as they are going to go for the Baron, and that's risky.
This is very, very dangerous, especially as the Scuttlecrab already secured by Asuba. They've taken the Dragon. They're now on Soul Point. This Baron is going down very, very quickly, but we are going to see Asuba arriving. Kex looking for some potential zones. The Baron goes down to 2,500 health, 1,000 health, and that's going to be Olaf with the Baron still with the kill onto Lee Sin. The Cyclone comes in, but it could be too late because that's going to be Kex dead as well. 2 kills picked up with only Olaf paying his life for it. That's going to be Stefan falling in the background as well as Varus picks up 1, 3 for 1, and the Baron stolen. That's Asuba now looking to try and take Inhibitor.
Honestly, just go for the triple teleport there, and that is just absolute disaster for Aces. It's a risky call to go for the Baron. I get that they want to do that because they feel like we're at Soul Point. Otherwise, we're probably going to see a aggressive play coming out here, trying posturing of the towards the Baron from the Suba. But going forward, when you know they're in full vision, I get that they try to burn it down, but once that still comes through, like, it's just immediately over. And you know it's over. And now I love that Suba is going to keep for the aggressive player. Please back off after this turret, though. You have 3 teleports, and you haven't backed that yet with your Baron Gold, because these are the kind of plays which can backfire.
Here comes Kex. Cyclone not available, so there's not too much that the Wukong can do apart from getting a little bit of damage.
Never mind. He doesn't have ultimate. He can't actually do anything.
Absolutely nothing.
Well, I mean, if he had Cyclone that would have been that's the kind of thing that I'm saying here, right? Like Asuba is taking a lot of these risks, and Aces can't punish them. But I feel like if Asuba does this against better teams, like they're gonna get punished really, really hard, really hard.
Meanwhile, just looking at some of the items picked up, it wasn't an Infinity Edge in the end by Corki, instead opting for the Essence Reaver. Got the quick Silver Sash as well, able to get out of Robocop's Death Realm should he be put into it. There's a Banshee's Veil on the Cassiopeia as well, so there is a certain amount of protection coming in now. This game has accelerated massively in favor of Asuba. They've now got a 7,000 gold lead. They've still got the Baron going for them. However, actually, I think the Baron... Oh, no, it's not timed out. That's just Jakey, who's the only one who lost it. This is where they now have got to make their pressure known, because the later this game goes, we're past 30 minutes, the later it goes, the more likely Aces start taking these fights.
Yeah, but you are staring down a 7k gold lead, which makes that a lot harder. Then you know, your superior scaling not nearly as relevant. Then you're going for the Ghost Blade, so more burst as opposed to going for something like the humans, which gives you a little bit more survivability. Don't mind us as much. There goes Kex.
He's gone in, but he's been exploded straight away. The response is taking down Random, however, 1-4-1 as we see the stun landing onto Robocop. He's in the Death Realm, and he's in all sorts of trouble as Nicola tries to burn him down, getting the kill. The shutdown onto the Mordekaiser. Now in goes Speedy, looking for the kick, finding it onto Daney. That's going to be Daney in the backline, doing what he can to survive, but shut down by Castellan. Rufus trying to escape. He might be the only one to survive. Instead, he walks back in, trying to buy Jakey a bit of time. Jakey takes down one, finishes off the Nautilus. Castellan burning him through, gets the Guardian's Angel prop. He's looking for the kill. It's going to be here. Smite comes in, but the kill goes over to Nicola. An ace for Asus.
I have no words. Asus actually finds that win. And all you need to do here as Asuba, and this is not a surprise with the mistakes they've been making thus far, but all you need to do as Asuba here is just be patient. Don't play so far forward. You know the only way that Aces win this is with a Hail Mary engage in which they kill one of your carries. You just need to play it slow.
Shutdowns was just picked up.
I mean, yeah. Now your 8k gold lead becomes a 5k gold lead, and perhaps more importantly, you've just given up your entire Baron buff. You've done nothing out of it. One turret in the bot lane. That's pretty much it. And yes, Mountain Soul is still available. Yes, Asuba is still in a prime position to take this game. But these are the kind of plays that I think can also break the mental of your team if you're not careful. And I think it's also Asuba showing that they know that they're on a timer, but not really dealing with it as well as I would like to see them do. Because you have a prime position, you have 2 teleports on your team that you can utilize. Although I guess in side lanes, neither of them does too well in a 1v1 scenario. But even just shoving Robocop off the mid, actually using the pushing power that Baron gives you makes so much of a difference. Give Danny the time to actually go for these arrows. And now it's all or nothing. If you do this next team fight as Asuba, I think that might just be it. And that's a really scary prospect from a team that was looking to be in full control of this game.
Infinity Edge picked up now on Castellan. We can see so much damage coming out of those rockets. 10 seconds until the 6th dragon of the game comes up. This could be a 3rd dragon for Asus. It could be Dragon Soul going over to Asuba. If they get it, they would then get themselves Mountain Soul, which would mean they have all of that extra shielding on top of the shield, the Malphite-esque passive that you get from this. Lee Sin has started this dragon up, and there is no contest coming out. Package burned by Castellan, and that is going to be 3 all in dragons with Baron spawning in 30 seconds.
I think Aces is going to win this. Not even because they necessarily have to, as they engage in Daney there.
Dredgeline gonna connect. Daney trying to stay alive. Throws the Chains of Corruption down onto Wukong, buying himself just a little bit of time. But it's Random who is caught onto, kicked by Lee Sin, but actually goes to safety courtesy of a well-placed flash.
And the problem here is that Aces now it's Aces getting impatient because you don't have any map control whatsoever. You still have all mid turrets up here, and that's why you can't really go for plays like that and let you immediately find the kill. And that means that you are going to lose out on some fun, but more importantly, Robocop now on off his own will almost have a teleport available there, and he's still a menace in a 1v1 scenario because yes, someone like Nicola can actually 1v1 him, but doesn't have the teleport available, so it's up to Castellan, and that's a matchup that I'd be a bit more scared of, because with the Corki, I feel like it's a lot easier to just get bursted down. Although with Nicola, without the Conqueror available, it's also a bit more of a risky business. As now, so Suba, all you need to do is, again, be patient. Take control of the map. Have Aces face check you. Respect the hard engage that they have. And just keep poking them until they go down. But that's also a problem. Like, Dany's lethality virus is going to be less and less useful as this game goes on.
This was always my concern with it.
Picked up, right? Like, and more resistance are starting to come through. Although, I do think it's interesting that we see almost no armor itemized here. And that also signifies... So we have a really nice death brush here.
Danger for Stefan, pops the stone plate and stays so healthy despite the 3 people from the Super just targeting him with all that damage. Now Castellan looking for a potential fight, but it's actually Jakey who's throwing the axes. It's trades in the mid lane. Look at Speedy off on the side, looking for a potential kick. That's going to be a massive dredge line, catching on to Daney. Good zoning coming in from Rufus as he lands the flame. But look how low the Zonya's Robocop is. He does take down Stefan before dying, going forwards onto Kex the Cyclone, keeping the Mordekaiser busy for now. Meanwhile, Speedy and Castellan doing damage to the back line. It's going to be Kex the next to die. 2 kills so far for Isuba as they find themselves another advantage. It's been a while since they took one in a fight. Speedy looking to make something happen as Castellan goes forward, pops Rufus, the exhaust put down, but it's not enough to save the life of the Thresh. 2 for 1 overall as Speedy just absolutely obliterates, gets his health obliterated by 1 piercing arrow from Daney. Still so much damage coming out of the lethality virus. Now, can the Baron be started with Speedy on such low health?
I don't think so. Random comes in with the home guards.
The teleport home guards, but it's not enough to catch on to Castellan.
So both teams seem really to be
what they're starting
here, which is understandable as we see the vision wall come down there. So there will be aware that this Baron is going down. I don't think you can do this Baron here.
Robocop got caught. Castellan deleted him.
Like the Suba, no. The Suba, why? Because now they can do Baron. They have Cassiopeia Corki. And it's 36 minutes into the game. That's not going to be... Aces, take
45 seconds on Robocop's depth timer. No teleport available for the Mordekaiser. Surely Aces have to look to take this Baron. But they're playing scared.
Jungle? Where is Corki?
Oh. This is turning into one of my solo queue games, and I love it. So much action.
They're giving you the game. Please accept. Now it's too late. Now you can't do it anymore.
Oh, the question is, can they do it? The double control are in. We've got another fight brewing. There is a 2-level advantage for Jakey on the Olaf in comparison to this Lee Sin. If he goes in, he has got a very, very big smite steal percentage. He's in there. He's looking for the kill. He's going to frickin' steal the Baron again and get out with the Lantern. That's another 4 Baron buffs going over to a Super. It's happened again, Chronicler. Chronicler?
Bewildered silence. No. There's only bewildered silence for that play. You're not getting an actual response. So this is the kind of pressure that these teams... That's the only way I can really put this. Because you start off the Baron too late, and then you do a 50-50 knowing that your jungler is 2 levels down. And you know you lost 50-50 smite earlier. And you know that they're there, and there's 2 control wards. And I guess in this game of who can hand the game to the other team in the end... Suba is gonna be the one who gets it last, but I'm not even sure at this point anymore.
Stefan gets absolutely obliterated by the unleashed power. Now Jakey is behind enemy lines, is gonna have the Guardian's Angel pop. That's gonna be Kex trying to get himself out to safety, maybe trying to get the kill first of all, getting the shutdown onto Jakey. The Baron Stealer has been slain, and the not the Elder Dragon, but the Dragon Soul is on the line with the Dragon spawning in a mere 10 seconds.
Oh, this game is wrinkling my brain. Castellan, please be careful. Goes for a lot of poke. And this is the fight. The next one is going to decide it all, presumably. I don't even know. I want to call that, but I don't even know if that's the case. Get the Mountain Soul here and you should be fine. Oh, this game.
Both of these teams positioning, Castellan having to use the Quicksilver Sash just to get away from the Threshold, using the Valkyrie as well, meaning it's going to be that little bit trickier to go in if they want to try and steal this dragon away. That is 6,000 health on the dragon. Speedy, here's the opportunity to steal. Teleport coming in now as Kex is going to rejoin. Sorry, that's going to be Castellan rejoining the fight on full health. Speedy is here, and remember, Jakey is not. No chance of him joining the fight, but the massive scab of the week is going to obliterate Castellan. Kex goes in, but he's already lost his mid laner. The dragon still doing damage in the background as Robocop looks to take take down Speedy. He gets kicked to safety as Kex shuts down the Syndra. Now this is going to be Stefan joining the fight. He's come back from the death timer. Jakey's going to be able to join the fight in time. This is absolute madness as the Dredgeline connects onto Daney. Stefan's still there, still trying to kill off Robocop, not succeeding. Daney gets one, Mordekaiser gets the other. Stefan flashes to safety, and the soul will go to Asuba.
And that should be I can't with this game, Greyhound. It's too many coin flips. So Asuba don't actually want to go for the Baron. Like, this is really good because you know, like, there's early decisions, there was some question marks left and right, but here they know that they just need to bait aces in. Aces don't have vision, so Speedy goes in way too early, and all Asuba really wants to do is bait aces into a fight, knowing that they have the stronger 4v4 at this point in time. And I guess they win the game now, and I want to say that this is, you know, this is what I called, this is what I expected. It's not even over yet.
Castellan just came back to life. One inhibitor has been down. Nexus turrets came under fire. Dredgeline not going to connect from Stefan. Castellan is going to arrive in time to save the second inhibitor. This game has had everything apart from high-level macro.
Yeah. There's so much to say about this, and like I keep getting back to this point because like I can't overstate like how much pressure these teams are under. We said at the beginning of the game, and I feel like that is just also kind of what we're seeing here, like directly. Like, both of these teams know that if they lose this game, they are probably out of European Masters, right? Like, there's a chance, but like that chance is nowhere near big enough, especially if you look at how they're playing currently.
Especially for
know.
Yeah.
It's all or not. This is the game you need to win. And when you're once you're under so much pressure, you're just gonna do weird stuff, like, repeatedly. And both teams have also repeatedly. And that leaves us with a game that was supposed to, you know, start at 7 and started, or 6, start them half an hour later. And also felt like it should have been over for either side, like, I want to say 3 times per team.
Maritz, 41 minutes on the clock. The late game team has arrived. Yes, they're 7,000 gold behind, but they have got some insane scaling champions with crucial items. They've shown that they can win fights. However, can they make the plays that they actually need to turn this game around? Asuba, on the other hand, can they close this out?
I mean, Nicola just got a death cap, right? Like, I don't even know if you can still win the team fight here as Asuba if you don't get like a really, really good ultimate. But like, that's also a problem. Everyone is QSS. Like, Mordekaiser is not really going to do nearly as much. Like, call me crazy, but without Baron, I still feel like this is Aces' game to lose with how strong they are if they can find the backline engage.
They have, however, got the super minions pushing in the top lane, so it's that little bit harder to defend this siege that's coming on the bottom half of the map. Next dragon to spawn will be the Elder. Baron will be spawning in a couple more minutes. Will we get that far?
It shouldn't, but I don't know.
Supers.
I know someone needs to respond, but Castellan's a really short response time, and he should be able to shred through this wave in a matter of seconds with how fat that Corky is. We're so far into the game here.
But Maritz has only one Nexus turret left, and now it's down to half health. This is just playing with fire for Aces. They've got to make something happen soon.
Yeah, but Asuba isn't going to end, because they learned from the last time. But what they're not doing is using the prio that they currently have to set up vision on the top side.
Yeah.
And now they're going to be backing, but you could have also just, instead of wasting time there at bot side, knowing that there's way too much wave clear from Aces for you to naturally go against.
Litter the blue half of Aces' jungle with wards, and then take Baron. Get picks and Baron.
Indeed.
We've had 2 Baron steals already. Jakey, level 17. Speedy, currently level 15. We have got ourselves another Baron dance happening again. Kex is off on the top side, does have the teleport available. Castellan might get caught out here, being chased down by Jakey, having to burn the package just to get himself to safety.
Kex not anywhere near the fight, and like, this is a situation you don't want to be in as a Asuba, because now all you need to do is just send one person to the top side, deal with that. The problem here though is that Aces can't actually really get through these health bars because of Mounted Soul. So their life's a lot harder here because their poke doesn't really stick. And if your poke doesn't stick, you're really relying on Nicola and Castellan, like, really clinching out a really clutch team fight.
And so many of those fights they've won.
Right, like the smites we've seen thus far, which, let's be honest, were more of a 70 or actually 100-0 for Jakey. It's going to be one team fight, and like, I think with death timers as they are currently, one team fight should be enough. And now please don't set everyone back. Castellan has teleport. So you just need to send him back, and that's fine. You don't also need to send back your Wukong.
Baron's been started. Here we go. Baron started up, this time by Asuba. They are shredding through it so very quickly. Cashline still clearing out minions, hasn't teleported in just yet. And Baron, for the third time this game, is secured by Asuba. Kex has lost so much of his health. The Guardian Angel not quite going to be procced by that last piercing arrow. But yet again, it's defense time coming in for Kex. They might try and get themselves a sneaky turret before, though.
Yeah, well display from Cashline. I'm actually certain it's not worth giving your teleport up over. I guess it's potential setup for once you find the next fight. But again, you don't actually gain anything from this teleport. I guess you gain tempo on this Elder Drake, but you don't have your Wukong and Nicola also at the back. So you still need to really respect the Zuba here. You also don't necessarily want to fight with a team with Baron. Like, it can be one of the calls, but I don't feel like it is in this situation.
Less than 1 minute until the Elder Dragon spawns. 3 teleports available for Asuba as they look for the fight that could win them the game. Asus trying to bounce back, trying to turn things around in this seesaw game one more time. Speedy finding the kick onto Rufus, looking for that weakest target, uses the stone plate, keeps himself alive, but now it's a 5 versus 4 as Nicola goes in, gets that kill. In goes the dredge line, the pull back onto Stefan. Robocop doing good damage. Cashland shredded through by a piercing arrow, down to less than 30% health. Flash over the wall by Robocop, looking for his prey. Instead, the prey finds him. Flash forward from Cashland. Zonya's by Robocop, keeping him alive for now, but not for long. Cashland gets that one, but look at Asuba. They're looking for the end. They've already taken 1 inhibitor. They'll get a second, or will they just get the game? There's not much health left on this Nexus turret, and Random is in a position to end the game. Forward goes Cashland. He gets absolutely popped by the scout of the week. Game for Asuba!
I can't, Graham. This game is Asuba do it. So my prediction was right. But
that's not what you're coming back to after that. Hey,
that's all
crazy game. My prediction was right.
That's all I can really say about this game. I feel like Team 1, League of Legends was played. And I don't want to discredit these two teams, right? Because again, this is the game that keeps you or drops you out of EU Masters. Like, there's just, you know that now as aces, it's pretty much over. Your adventure. You know, as a Super, you're in a really good spot. Although, if they play like this, they might still lose against Viper, so don't be too happy, Asuba fans.
So Asus's future has very much been taken out of their hands now. They are now 1-3 in comparison to Asuba's 3-1. If Asuba get one more win in Game of Legion, get one more win, they may have already got it against Viper while we've been doing this cast. I don't know just yet. They will, Asus will find themselves out. Game of Legion, Asuba will be the teams through. However, there is still the possibility for teams dropping around them. Asuba, like I say, they could even lose to Viper. Asus could do the unthinkable and beat Game of Legion. They're not out yet, but they're hanging on by a thread.
Yeah, I think the odds are not good for Asus fans here. And I think after that game, like, the pressure just really got for both of the teams. Asuba was in a prime position to just take the win at several points. And we hyped up Jakey coming in this game, right? Like, those Baron steals was so key. Because yes, we can kind of blame Aces for like being under pressure, being wishy-washy with their calls, and then still going for the Baron. But that play still would have worked out if Jakey doesn't hit that smite.
Well,
twice. Like, that's what you're going to be looking at as in the Super fan, because if you don't hit those 2 smites, it's not good.
Chronicler, we finally did it. We finally managed to cast a game together. It's happened, and what a game it was, full of all sort of shenanigans. We've got to take a small break after that one because
big break, actually.
A big break.
Going into the next game, because this game ran. So if this was like a 20-minute stomp, would have been fine. It was not.
No. So we are going into a big break. We're skipping the second game that was on our schedule. We will be back for the third game of the day. Please stay tuned for that one.
And thank you very much. And I'm very happy to be joined here by none other than Ibris. I think the first time that we actually meet this spring, and that's the first time since ESL Proxima's 2018. So it's been a while.
Certainly has, Chronicler, and of course I'm always happy to see you, much like how I'm always happy to see a Benelux representative actually do pretty well here, which is not something you can say every day, if I'm honest.
Oh, I mean, like, I was, of course, casting at Suba versus Aces, which was a game.
Yeah, you said it was interesting.
But let me tell you that I happened to glance at both the Benelux games. So let's be honest, I'm a Benelux man through and through. And there were wins, but you know, it was rough. It wasn't easy.
Yeah, you could say that, but speaking of some wins, we definitely need to see one from either of these teams here, because of course both of these teams here, Kick, Neosurf, and Sector 1, contesting for that Tier 1 seed, heading out of Group D.
So let's take a look at pick and bans here, because as we said, it was not a convincing win from Sector 1, but it does put them firmly into second place, if I'm correct, because their competitor would be We Love Gaming, as we now see the Azir, Zoe, and Renekton banned away by Sector 1, whereas yet again, we see practice focus from Kick. Every team has really been unfriendly towards the AD carry of Sector 1.
Yeah, practice, of course, very, very proficient, kind of consistent relative to the other members as well. Not to say they can't carry, but of course he is the one that's been super reliable. Of note, though, is that banning Ezreal Caitlyn for Kick does kind of trim out Pookie Styles' champ pool. Of course, it's not so bad as long as he gets his hands on the Varus, but this guy only plays traditional AD carries. None of this mage bot lane kind of stuff. But speaking of mage bot lane, Syndra taken away, Zoe taken out from Matislav as well. Does mean LeBlanc is pretty high prio for the side of Sector 1 in particular.
Yeah, as we will see more. Presumably mid lane is being banned. Also Phoenix, in the Benelux, he's had a long streak of consistency recently, but traditionally he has been known as kind of an inconsistent player. And that inconsistency has once again reared his head, as we saw last game where he was focused very effectively, as we will see the Ornn ban. Not too surprising, still one of the stronger tanks, not nearly as high pro as it used to be, and the Yasuo banned away here from Kick.
Well, Mr. Chronicler, if you want to talk to me about inconsistent top lanes, let me point you to Ice Beast O on the side of Kick Neosurf. If you've been watching E-Masters for a while, you may recognize him as the premier Polish top laner from spring 2018. Everyone was like, this guy is LEC, it was LCS back then, ready, he's going to be the next big thing. And then he just tilts off the face of the earth. And it's really, I cannot even begin to just stress how much the parallel between these two players really is.
And we see the Corki banned away as well. That's so Matislav not going to get that safe pick. And Azir, as mentioned previously, both of the two, I want to say, safest scaling mid laners taken off the board here, as we see the set pickup, a prime top laner picked up here for Neosurf.
Yeah, I think that's also very, very safe for Ice Beasto. It's been his most played champion of the split. Plus, it's quite hard to coin flip that lead away. Aatrox, on the other hand, one of the less reliable, but still does become that 2-item monster almost every game, as long as you don't shut him down completely.
Yeah, I'm not a really big fan of the Aatrox into set in terms of like 1v1 matchup. I do feel like it's playable for the Aatrox, but like set, it's just so incredibly strong. But as you say, Sector 1 more looking to something that can actually carry them to the later stage of the game, because with their Cassiopeia lock-in and the Aphelios here for practice, Sector 1's got to feel comfortable if they're able to store indefinitely like they did last time.
So just speaking back about that top lane matchup, and as you said last time between these two teams, we had Aatrox for Phoenix secured, and we had the Aatrox just tilt off the face of the earth. Kick split the map, never really let Phoenix get on the board, never let Debu rear his head on the Elise anywhere near his solo laners, and they just took complete advantage of Phoenix, who just hemorrhaged kill after kill, resource after resource, and that was really not a good look for the less hyped member of our Benelux representatives, you could say.
No, whereas you were personally witness to what the top laner for the other Benelux team can do, which is a lot.
He does it all.
He does it all. Phoenix, I still believe that he has what it takes, but I gotta say, after 2 games of that caliber, he was, of course, also this Wukong game we're in 2-10, now the Cho'Gath game. I feel like this is the where you show I can just go neutral. Like, giving up a kill or 2, no one's gonna really look at you funny. You know, it's not great. It's still disadvantage, but it is surmountable. So looking at the top lane matchup, but also in the mid lane, don't expect too much action there if you look at Victor versus Cassio, because that's not a matchup that we've seen in a while.
I mean, you don't expect too much action by way of champions, but you also don't expect too much action from these players. Matislav, renowned for being just, let me stick in lane, let me do my own thing, scale up till we get to team fights. And granted, he's insane in team fights. He shows up every time. Such good positioning from him, always consistent on dishing out the damage. And that's why I like a DPS-centric mage like the Victor, rather than a burst champion, because Matislav just lives for so long, dishes out damage for so long, but actually very similar to Knight in that regard, where they're not that huge on playing for the side lanes. Rather, for the first 20 minutes, you just expect them to be very consistent and present for their teams in the mid lane.
Yeah, Knight, of course, has had a bit of a kind of an adaptation coming in this season. It was also his Kiana, his Talon were banned at the beginning of the split. But it doesn't surprise me that now that Sector 1 is facing more pressure from teams that can really match them, they're going back to what has worked for them so long. Because Knight, of course, as you say, traditionally he's always been the Rise, the Cassio player. Just skill indefinitely and then take over the team fights. I'm still hoping we're going to see a Knight Kiana, because it hasn't really shown it yet on the the European stage, but that is, at least in the Benelux, was quite something as well. But let's take a look at these 2 team comps, because I feel like both of them have both scaling elements, but also a great number of buttons to push if you want to go for an extended skirmish or a fight in the mid game.
Yeah, I'm really eager to see if Pukistyle opts for the lethality virus, but it's probably going to be the on-hit, and that does mean that he wins out in trades early, especially if Savior can't thread the miracle hooks.
But
Savior,
what would you prefer here?
As a comp as a whole,
because we're going to see now, but don't look yet.
I definitely do prefer the team comp from Kick, just because Zlatan is Zlatan, and I think the Gragas in his hands will really turn on the pressure.
But I was asking about the lethality virus specifically. Yes or no?
I actually thought it was going to be on hit, but well,
now you know. Now
I know. It is lethality.
I told you not to look.
I've been trolled.
One thing, Ibris.
Yes.
One thing.
Hit me, Chronicler.
I mean, I can't. I'm on the other end of a pretty large sheet, but if I could, I definitely would. But all jokes aside, we're getting into the third game, I want to say here tonight. Sector 1 taking on Kick after a unconvincing Sector 1 win. This is the game that could potentially put them in first place if I'm not mistaken, if everything goes well. Some tiebreakers have to be played, but we will be looking at Zlatan, because the last time I saw these two teams face, it was, if I remember correctly, Hisley Sin that went 9-0.
Yeah,
like a lot.
A huge carry for this team. But also, speaking of huge carries, Pukistyle kind of slept on by me and a lot of other people, because he's actually like Poland's biggest meme streamer, but he's actually not that bad a player either. He's been so consistently good and always charts in the top rankings of AD carries within the Ultraliga. And yeah, a lot of respect for this player, but I do want to touch on his choice to go lethality here, and it does make sense the more we think about it, because think about a team fight. If you move up to auto-attack Cassiopeia, I think she'll kill you. Genuinely. Yeah. I think
like Aatrox, do you want to get near Aatrox? No, you don't want to get near Aatrox.
Yeah. It makes a lot of sense.
And we don't see any tanks on the side of Sector 1. I feel like if we saw something tankier come in, if Phoenix would have gone for something like the Maokai, then the on it makes a lot more sense. You can even opt to go into the AP Varus build, which I hadn't seen until I watched the exactly, the C9 versus TSM game, versus Team Liquid game, which was a lot better than I expected. But here, Pukistyle can shred through pretty much anyone, unless Sector 1 starts stacking those resistances, which with this comp, unless you get mountains, doesn't seem too likely.
So as well as that, I do like lethality just because it kind of makes the tankier members of Sector 1 opt into some Ninja Tabi. Cute roam from Savior, unfortunately going to be warded out here. A lot of respect being given over by Matislav. Yeah, he's considered very safe and reliable for a reason.
Oh, so this is practice, as we knew him in the Benelux in the early weeks. Then he would have died. But he has really
matured.
Yeah, he really has. Over the course of the season, of course, great hats off to his coach Bjorn, who's had a great impact there. And looking at the early game, we're going to, of course, be looking at the Predator, Gragas, and the Lee Sin. But where do you expect them to focus their attention?
So I think the top lane is kind of a no-go right now, just because you've seen the set get an advantageous recall already. Neither of them committing their TPs either. Mid is very safe, but also both of these champions are relatively immobile unless they get that phase rush proc, especially pre that first upgrade for the Victor. And I do think that the bot lane will be the hot point of contention, as that is not a good start for Debu.
It happens, right? Everyone gets juked by Scuttle. I mean, I can admit that I've missed multiple cards for Skittles on that crab. Zlatan goes to top lane. Phoenix doesn't have any vision. His wave is pushing it. Is he gonna get targeted yet again? He has been such a focal point of attention. But it looks like for now he is playing respectful, and that's what Sector 1 needs to do. As I don't think we're actually going to see any action as the recall goes through. And now Phoenix walks in. It could have been very bad. And I'd love to ask your opinion on Knight going for the phase rush here of Cassiopeia instead of something that we often see as well, which is the Conqueror.
So the phase rush does let you chase down certain members of Kick very reliably, and it does give you a little bit more safety when the Gragas does decide to rear his ugly head in the mid lane, because you can just W so he can't slam you, Q him, and then walk away for good measure. The thing about that, when it's matched by the Victor, is that you'll just see them both kind of walk into each other, walk away. And credit to Matislav, actually, for soaking not only that gank from Savior at level 2, but also just now soaking Debu's first gank. And that Lee Sin first gank, super, super impactful. And the fact he didn't get anything for it, testament to how much like some of these teams have committed to shutting down Matislav, only for him to just shirk it off, laugh it off, and scale into that reliable teamfight threat that the Polish mid laners know and love.
And that's what I really like, because as you said, it's a really good match here between these two mid laners, because both of them are notorious for being hard to gank, for being consistent in team fights. And that really makes me wonder, as we go into the later stage of the game, who is going to actually find an edge there. The last time was, of course, Kick, but it was with a very different team composition. It was Sector 1 who went pretty all in on early game and was then not able to pull it off.
I mean, as well as that, you have that like double-edged sword of being hard to gank / always present in team fights, of being somewhat invisible during the lane phase. As Sector 1 trying to step for the freeze there, but they get re-engaged on.
But Debu is there to help out. Savior getting taken real low. The shield is enough to keep him alive. And now Pukistal needs to be careful. Debu goes in with the flash slow. And now the final auto attacks are not really coming through. Carefully, Debu goes in very deep. Practice goes for Gravidum. Once they hit the auto, Savior is still there as well, but the mana is really low. They go on Practice and find first blood. A disastrous turn of events as Sector 1 over Chase.
Yeah, a bit of a greedy overstay from the side of Sector 1. Savior lucky to escape with his life. They got 2 flashes, but the snare came through from the Aphelios, and that made Debu think, hey, maybe we can commit for this. Unfortunately, the reason why Kick weren't hitting that around immediately is because they were waiting for the Varus Q cooldown. As soon as that came back up, they turn around, they get the kill, and they get a Drake on top of it for good measure.
Sector 1 getting a bit greedy, as you say. Just taking the summoners would have been enough, would have really upped the threat of a level 6 play by Debu. Instead, they give up a Cloud Dragon. It's not the worst dragon they give up, but it's more about the timing that it gives Kick and the fact that it gets them closer to the inevitable Ocean or Mountain Soul, both still on the table here. And I can imagine that both teams are going to be drooling at the thought of a Mountain Soul. Although, I guess for Sector 1, it might be even more beneficial because it allows you to actually deal somewhat with Pukistal if you would find a mountain. Whereas if you're Kick and you get an Ocean Drake on your Lethality Pharaohs, it's not going to be good, especially with Victor there as well.
Yeah, your sustained siege is just going to become really, really difficult to deal with.
Yeah.
And again, I like the Lethality Varus against Cassiopeia because she is relatively immobile unless she can proc both her passive from the Q and the phase rush. So in a siege scenario where she's unable to hit anyone, just arrow bait at that point. Put an apple on her head and call it a day.
Yeah, just fire off some piercing arrows, fire off a chain if she dares to come close, and let that be the end of it. Because the follow-up is also good, as we see the composition of a Kick here does have some capabilities to have a follow-up engage with the Gragas. Of course, the Nautilus is very dependable. As we see here now, approaching a minute. 1k gold lead here for Kick, which definitely not bad. Kind of similar to what we saw last time. But I gotta say, after last game, as we do see an evade coming through here, I'm very reluctant to count Sector 1 out until they're actually down and about. Debu needs to be careful here, though, because he is in the zone.
So,
Okay. Never
All right,
mind.
not so bad. Yeah, 8-minute rotation from Kick, pretty telegraphed. And Sector 1 opting to not follow that and just saying, look, let's get some resources back. They will delayed follow up on it, which I'm not sure is necessarily the best decision, considering Matislav seems to be zoning 3 people by himself right now. And the Herald not long for this world, as Sector 1 will make the delayed collapse.
And I am wondering whether or not they actually want to go through here. Raxo does get knocked up, but it's going to just take the Ratchet line out. The follow-up damage there from Debo, more than enough, and it's a follow-up kill. Kill for Rift Herald, not the greatest trade, but Sector 1 will take what they can get.
To be honest, yeah, happy to be back on the board right now, are Sector 1. And the thing about Sector 1 is that they are really good at fighting around where their strengths are in terms of the game, in terms of spikes. As soon as they see the opportunity or they have a favorable matchup, they'll go for it. They'll just pull the trigger there. The thing is, when behind, they get a little bit shaken. They get a little bit taken off guard, much like Practice may be doing so right now as Ice Beast goes in the bush.
And we see that Ice Beast just walks out. So last time it was Icebreaker that absolutely demolished Phoenix before then absolutely demolishing himself.
Nice. I feel it. I feel it, yes.
Yeah, it's not wrong. This time it's Phoenix against yet another ice type, and that actually beckons the question. Phoenix is, of course, a Firebird, as we see the top lane push happening here. Does that mean he's bad to any ice type? I guess it'd be water rather than ice. So actually, interesting.
It's a neutral matchup actually, because Moltres is both super effective with the fire but weak with the flying. And well, that was not a super effective hook, let me tell you. Raxo points for trying. It zones out Phoenix with the Predator though, and once an extra plate drops here, you should just see the Herald popped into a
and there we go.
First blood.
Yeah, pretty straightforward. Cookie cutter play means that Kick is going to build up the lead again. It was only 1k, went down to 500, and will now go back to probably around 1k as well. That first turbo bot is always a big, juicy pickup as the last slap comes through. A little bit more. Sector 1, they pick up some plates. On the bot side, they're probably not going to be able to get the turret here with the two of them, but Practice and Save, you can at least push on. And nothing too major here. Nice play by Kick, very, as you said, by the books. And I think this next fight is going to be a key one because it might set the stakes for the upcoming mid game.
So I think this could actually have been a tier 1 bot secured by Sector 1 had they just stayed and not tried for that delayed / pointless try and follow up to the Kick first rotation to the Rift Herald 2.5 minutes ago. But hindsight's 2020. They get a couple of plates back either way. And yeah, as you said, they're just going to set up for a bit of a skirmish around this Drake. The Sector 1 they're pulling.
So please be careful.
It looks a little bit disjointed when behind, but DB's like, nah, I'll just go in anyway. That's absolutely fine. And this is a jungle matchup that sees the guy considered to be the best jungler in play-ins matched up against one of the ones that maybe a lot of analysts have been sleeping on.
I think Debu has been the most consistent factor of Sector 1. As Practice needs to really respect the fat man. Zlatan going to clear the wall there. And the setup is here from Kick. But Sector 1 is looking to maybe contest here. Savior goes in for the hook, finds it there.
Maslav!
You look at that damage, and that's going to be the end of that team fight almost immediately. As I don't think there's a lot they can do. Practice is actually wanting to try and take something on. He gets hit by the corrupting chains. It's going to be the end of him. Triple kill now for Matislav, and this is not a good skirmish. I think Sector 1 will pick 1 kill up, which is probably going to go tonight. Actually going to get taken by Phoenix there. But that's a triple kill on the person you called one of the main carries in team fights. And Victor, when he gets fed, is not great to play against, especially if you also give him a free Infernal Drake.
And you know you're behind on tempo when Matislav is the one making the first onus on the roam there. Because, yeah, this guy, as we said, he likes to sit in his lane. But really, really good lineup of just CC to wait for the Victor combo, to wait for the Victor AoE. And yeah, line him up and knock him down. The mid laner for Kick, now super, super relevant, even before that team fight phase really rolls around.
As Ibo?
Debu?
Ibo? I mean...
Savior?
Ibo? So, that's going to be it for him, right? He's going to get hooked.
Hook.
And die.
He's going to W.
Yeah, doesn't really do a lot. So, back to these types. If so Phoenix obviously fire.
Poison on the Cassiopeia as well.
Very easy. Yeah.
Fighting on Lee Sin. Aphelios, jack of all trades. And actually, I wanted to talk about the Aphelios in lane. And the reason why I like Aphelios into Lethality Varus is because if you get hit by like a monster Varus Q, by the way, Ocean Drake, as we mentioned, would be pretty bad for Sector 1 to give over. But yeah, if you get hit by a Varus Q, you have your Runans as your second item as Aphelios. with the red weapon, you auto-attack one Raptor camp once, and suddenly you're back to full health after a Varus Q. So it's not the worst matchup if Practice can weather this storm, but the lethality in pocket right now for Pookie style, pretty damn difficult to overcome.
Yeah, because it's both Umbral Glade. Debu, you sneaky man, goes for the play there, tries to go for the 100-0 on Zlatan, who does find the stopwatch. Debu needs to get out of there, but they will find the kill, and Practice gets some much-needed gold.
Yeah, Practice on the board now. Not really the big snowball that the Aphelios maybe hoped for, but still very, very relevant. Unfortunately for Phoenix, he's left holding the Fed member again, and yeah.
But he's doing better than last time.
Yeah.
Like by a lot.
For now.
That's good. But there comes I think it's going to be a lot less good. Facebreaker does come in, and that is a very deep showstopper. I don't know how I feel about that, Ibo, especially with the teleport coming from Knight there. And Ibo's positioning has been a little bit suspect, and now Knight can chase through him. He has to be used there. They need to respect the damage, though. Matislaw with the fade away there. Doesn't look at the snake. Not scared, because he immediately moves back and takes it down. And that is going to be a very nicely played out skirmish. And, you were really hyping up Matislaw, and I was like, okay, Ibra's hyping up people. Let's see what actually... Well, you were not wrong.
I mean, I was hyping up for team fights, not 14 minutes into the goddamn game, just making the insane outplays, punishing Sector 1 for overcommitting there. They committed a TP and they were like, all right, we need to force this play. But speaking of forcing play, Zlatan
needs to respect here as Phoenix does come through with the teleport. These are the kind of skirmishes Sector 1 you be careful for as Dalibor teleport comes through. Matislaw going to join the fight, and that means that Sector 1 wants to disengage. Depth charge probably going to be the end of Saver as Debu and Practice will make it out. Teleport is forced, but that's not really worth it if you consider you give them a kill and a Rift Herald to do so. And Sector 1 really wanting to skirmish at this point in time with a deficit like this in a composition that, if Matislaw shows up, is not going to do great.
Yeah, the thing about Sector 1 now is that they don't really know how to cut their losses. You see them overcommitting. They're like, all right, we commit TP bot. We need to fight this. With the Petrifying Gaze, just got it turned around with Matislaw there. Then when he turns up to the mid-game fight, they were like, all right, we can catch the Gragas, and then the re-engage came through, and they were like, oh, okay, we've committed too many resources to just back out now. Credit to them to trying to force and being proactive, but at the end of the day, you're just giving kills and gold over to a composition that very, very happy to eat that up and run with the lead. Lethality Varus certainly does snowball hard, to say nothing of the Victor that's just going to wreck you in team fights.
I guess, of course, Sector 1 has some components of their own, but they're down to 2 Drakes. They're down to considerable amount of gold, and I don't think, if you look at the item spikes, Phoenix doesn't even have his first item yet. This next team fight is going to look particularly well, meaning that Kick is probably going to be on Soul Point. And if we take it at a bit of a broader perspective here, because I want to talk to you about that. If I'm not mistaken, if Kick win this, they will definitely lock in first place. Consider they don't lose to Wheel of Gaming again. Because I don't think those two teams played yet. Whereas for Sector...
They take it either way. Like, I think they take it either way, honestly, even if they do lose to We Love Gaming here, because Sector 1 did beat...
No, but if Sector 1... Oh, a Savior gets booped and immediately dies. And, Sector 1 not really respecting. Another kill from Matislaw, which is about as bad as it gets.
I mean, it's not Yasuo Gragas, but Victor Gragas, pretty damn devastating too.
This is starting to look a lot like the last game the TCU teams played, and I feel like Kick really, at this point in time, is a bit too much for a Sector 1 that still feels, to me at least, feels kind of disjointed and feels a little bit over-eager, a little bit nervous in how they approach these plays.
Yeah, I did like the fact that they were eager to make the play, especially pre-15 minutes, but then...
Oh, I love it, yeah. Don't take that inhibitor. Very nice.
Just kind of folds, but actually allowing the Herald to fight that inhib, kind of odd, but all right, I'll take it.
Well, you'd rather have them take the inhib there?
No. I mean, they allowed the Herald to get the charge off anyway, which is a bit odd, but yeah, you won't take the inhib pre-20 minutes anyway, because you would just give farm back over to a Cassiopeia that you want to starve out of the game.
Inhib's just going to chill, right? It's going to slowly sustain back up.
Yeah.
Hang out with some minions, misses turret. That's how it goes. Even inhibs need to social distance in these trying times. As a Savior and Debu apparently did not get the memo about maybe taking some less risks with plays like this, which I actually love. Can Matislaw survive here?
It's a proactive play. He has no cleanse because he took TP to match Knights. So
Oh, look at Mazla
could
also.
very well be something. Raxo's coming up though. Raxo's gonna try and force something.
Oh, it's sidestep. Oh, but now Savior goes in, and that's that's a lot of burst from Victor, who is level 13 and now 6-0. And the set teleport comes in as well, and Debo Knight might be in really big trouble here. Showstopper is available. Aibo also found the sidestep. Haymaker still available, and now Knight is going to try and turn it on Mataslaw. Is working out for now. Chase down comes through. Pukistan are also there, but Sector 1 actually gets Debo out. I do think this is going to be some snake ladder that is unfortunately going to be it for Knight.
What?
He's actually not trying to back.
Wait, they don't know that he's... Wait.
They don't know where he is. They didn't actually see him move anywhere. The alcoves have a use.
Oh my god.
Alcove
really,
gamers.
That was so odd. This buys time for Phoenix to do his thing. And
wait, no one died there by Sector 1. They just...
They lost Savior at the start of it, to be fair. They lost Savior at the start when he overcommitted. Yeah, no, I'll take that. To be fair, I will take that. You get tier 1 on Phoenix. You get this 120 farm Aatrox getting 25% extra farm in the past minute. Because, yeah, that's how stacked waves work.
That's... I mean, you know, it looks very odd, but I'm going to take it as Pukistan does now finish the Ghostblade. I'm such a big fan of that Ghostblade and Boots of Swiftness combo on the Lethality Varus.
Very, very hard to catch by the Cassiopeia, who we said was taking Phase Rush to do exactly that. And as well as that, just gets to navigate the fight a little bit more cleaner. Practice with the Infedge Rush completed on the Aphelios does feel pretty good right now, but here's a catch on Savior, who's not feeling the greatest himself.
0-4 currently on the Fresh, not having a very clean game. Can still play Lantern, but of course, as Knight's off in the side lane, and why not? There's no objective on the map currently. Next Drake's 2:30. And if there's one point of criticism, I do feel like with the builds being chosen here, you don't have that faster Baron here as Kick, although, I mean, Victor's still going to get through it relatively quickly, but not having Onid Varus, not having a Blade of Druid King on Ibo, at least alleviates what might otherwise be absolutely terrifying Baron pressure.
Yeah, definitely. And on the other hand, if Sector 1 choose to make a Baron power play themselves, while get commit to the bottom half of the map, Cassiopeia, Aphelios completely shred it by themselves. And then having both those on the same team is just pretty much an insta-kill on that neutral objective.
Sneaky Barons might be a possibility here, but then Sector 1 needs to stop the tempo that Schlatan and consorts are building here. But we talk about Schlatan, but it's really mainly been about the man in the mid lane, Mataslaw, 6-0-1 in the Victor, 700 gold bounty. And normally I'd be worried, you know, maybe what if he gives up that 700 gold bounty? But if I can believe you, Ibris, and you know I do, then that's probably not going to happen.
He's in his comfort zone now, and this is funny because I was speaking to some of the other mids in this tournament, like a good handful of them, and the consensus on Matty was that he was a good mid laner, he was a good laner, he was strong in lane, fantastic in team fights, but kind of invisible was the quote that was used by a couple of mids as to his roams and how he influences the lane. That's why LeBlanc was unpicked, but that's also why his Victor is disgusting.
Not quite enough, but that's the amount of poke that you expect from a Victor later on, and Lethality Varus is kind of known for. But that is a Baron getting started up here by Kick. And Sector 1 does know that this is happening. And as we said before, I said the Baron didn't go down very fast. But looking at this Baron, kind of feels different. He's currently at 4K.
Re-engage.
And there goes a showstopper on Safety, who has a nice flash over the wall. Now, Ibo does go very deep. They have taken him off the Baron, and now Knight comes in. I don't think Haymaker's available, and that's actually just a 1-for-1 trade. That's not too good. Almost a kick there on Pookie style, who makes great use of the movement speed available to him, because if that would have hit, I don't know what would have happened. But Phoenix now going in, and Mataslaw goes down for the chase. Also has that phase rush available. And Knight looking for the flank. Debo goes in big. There we go. The kick on Mataslaw is grounded. Can't get out. Practice tries to go deep, but they will in the end kind of. It's a 2-for-1 trade, but with that shutdown, I think that Sector 1 is going to take that because Phoenix is going to feel a whole lot more comfortable. And we wanted to see a better game from him. This is probably going to be the Ocean Soul, though, so I still don't know if it's really worth it. But you have to know Baron. And I guess an early Elder is good for Sector 1 if you want to stay positive, but Kick still get the better end of the play. Nine and Savior, though, not taking any of it. There comes Phoenix. He just had an enormous buy. Has the Death Dance available now. And I don't think Kick can actually stay. That's another shutdown on Knight, the person who you want to deny gold to the most. As now Zlatan and Pookie style, he'll get used aggressively. Savior does go down. Not sure what they want to do here. Sector 1 seems to be at a bit of a loss. There comes the showstopper. Suplexes Knight into the rest of the enemy team, and Sector 1 find a clean play, but then immediately throw it out again. Debu indubitably going to go for the Debu steal here, because if he doesn't find that, it's going to be the Ocean Sword taking him, and Mataslot is playing guard duty. He has to be careful, because now he's off on his own again against Practice and Debu. They just want to stall here. Where Phoenix is taking down Pookie Style. He doesn't have mana. Phoenix does get taken down by a really nice Hazemaker. Debu gets taken low. Mataslot flashes forward and finds the kill. And now Practice tries the 1v1 at Turbo Fat Victor. That doesn't go well. And Sector 1 tries to do a lot, but none of it works.
Yeah, Kick get the cleanup, they get the Ocean Soul, and they get Sector 1's carries into the graveyard. Only member of this team living now is Savior, who isn't too threatening as 0-6 Thresh. Gonna have to see the Baron, you have to imagine as well. And Kick take firm control here. They were still in control a couple of minutes ago, but now you have to imagine the fist is closing around the necks of Sector 1.
And after last game, I'm hesitant to call it out, but Kick thus far have been looking very good. And I think we can see clear, I want to say level difference between these two teams, because I don't feel like it is an immense gap, but after seeing these two games, I do feel like it is a very noticeable gap in that you feel like these types of plays are kind of on a knife's edge, and Sector 1 is able to almost match, but then when push comes to shove, it's always Kick that gets the favorable trade.
I mean, yeah, as well as that, yeah, the macro, the micro, it's all coming up good for a team that we had coming into even the whole event, including the main event. People were like, all right, Kick, maybe contesting for top 8, maybe even making a surprise appearance in top 4 of the overall event. And the fact that they dropped a game to WLG, huge upset, huge surprise on day one. We were like, all right, it's Ultra Liga. They do this every year. They make us super hyped, and then they just fall flat.
Oh, look at Debu's positioning here, though.
It's not a great look for them, but this game looked pretty beautiful. Phoenix
going to go in very deep. Has the Death Dance available to keep
He's again going wide.
And there goes Debu. Finds a Kick on top of Mataslaw. The one person you need to find. They get another shutdown on the Victor. And Debu gives up his life, but he'd be more than happy to. Sector 1 does need to now stay alive, which is considerably harder. But that is another big shutdown going over, and Sector 1 at least keeps this game exciting.
I mean, I was looking at Sector 1's solo laners there, because Knight threw out the Petrifying Gaze into the endless void again. But yeah, Debu coming up huge, and this was the guy we slept on. I said, this is Zlatan, considered to be one of the best junglers in the entire tournament. This is Debu, who no one's really heard of. And look at that Kick, shutting down the consistent teamfight carry. Mataslaw, with his position wasn't even that bad, just Debu threading the needle, finding the play, and actually stagnating a lot of the pressure that Kick can now apply, and buying precious time where the Baron buff is going to fall off.
Because the one downside of having a Victor that is this fad is that, as we see here, if he dies, that's it for your pressure. The golden Sector 1 is spread much more evenly, also in the bad way, because their kills are also spread much more evenly, although the bot lane seems to be having a bit of a surplus. But as soon as Matalos goes down, you can't really afford to stay around here as Kick, as Sector 1's going to take that trade any time of the day. Now, push comes to shove, this is still very much a Kick-favored matchup. They have the Ocean Soul available, they have an open inhibitor here, but Sector 1 seems to have resorted to something that the Fuse kids did in their last game as well, which is just this guerrilla-style warfare, where you go for death brushes, you go for these really kooky flanks, and if they work out, they just keep buying you time. And although I hesitate to say that Sector 1's comps skills better, I do feel like Phelios and the Cassiopeia and late game are just something else entirely.
Yeah, very much less cooldown reliant than their counterparts in the Victor Varus. So if Kick can get baited and taking extended trades, it should go up by way of Sector 1. But these fights so far have just been on a knife's edge, instant skirmish, click fingers, and here's one now.
Baron about to time out. That's a grip on save. You doesn't really care. Quite tanky here. Gets the hook there on Evo as well. Has to flash over the wall. Moonlight's Vigil use defensively. Evo goes very deep, trying to kill a fresh. Is able to almost get Debu, but almost not quite enough. Now, Practice and Savior, can they hold on? The Baron buff has timed out, so these waves are not nearly as spooky as they might otherwise be. Knight raiding in the wings, looking for a possible flank. And I think that's going to be it here for the Baron buff from Kick. They didn't even get a single inhibitor. which is surprising to say the least and speaks to the defensive gameplay of Sector 1. Kick are still sticking around here, though, and I feel like that's a bit of a risk, as we do have 5 members up here. Debu now also making his way. Phoenix goes in big, tries to go, but gets taken out almost immediately. Can get away with the lantern as Pookie style finds Knight, and that's a really big problem here. Now Aatrox down as well. Practice as altering as much as he can, but he's not doing that much.
First kill!
Oh, that's a beautiful piercing arrow coming through it from Matzlaw. And we go from a Sector 1's who defensive plays call good to a Sector 1 who might possibly lose the game as the wave will get shoved in by Ibo there as he makes his way downtown. At the very least, there's going to be 2 inhibitors. I don't know if Sector 1 can actually hold on if you look at the death timers. And Kick might have just done it here. And it feels like a game that Sector 1 can lose in Naughty Universe, but Kick just too consistent. That was, yeah.
Interesting. Yep.
That was practice.
Practice was certainly a thing there, yeah. Once the carries from Kick got ahead, they had good team fighting, they had good sieging, and they had no real way of Sector 1 getting back into this.
And that is going to be the Nexus here as Sector 1 tries to go for a last Hail Mary play, but it is too little and too late. Kick here with a very deserved second win. Although I gotta say, while I like this, I do feel like these are the types of games that you would not expect from someone who is, as you mentioned, maybe rumored to be one of the tournament favorites to actually make it far.
Yeah, definitely it does lend a lot more credence to Kick's potential per se on the international stage than their day 1 showings. And if they can continue to shore up their play, certainly favored there. And I think that this does break open the group to a point where you now have a little bit of separation here, with Kick staking a claim firmly for that first seed, and Sector 1, rather than playing spoiler to Kick, maybe now just setting their sights on WLG and looking for that second seed.
And I think the only thing that Sector 1 needs to do is win against the final in their group, which is Pig Esports, which last time they had no difficulty with. And that would mean that we see the Benelux seed actually make it through. But I see you living up.
Chronicler, because DK beat Mad Lions, we could see them get first seed in Group C, and then the Benelux death match with Sector 1 getting C2. I thought it'd be the other way around with Sector 1 getting first seed here by upsetting Kick, and Diffuse Kids getting second behind Mad Lions. But the dream is not dead yet, my friend.
I mean, I would be really sad because I don't want to see my 2 teams eliminating each other. But, hey.
But then you get at least one in the main event. So
that is actually true. I like your way of thinking, Ibras, and thank you very much for joining me here. We are going to go to a short break, and then we'll be back with yet another game because rest assured, we're not done with the EUM play-ins yet here at Gamelux. We will see you all very soon.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to European Master. My name is Exodus, and I'm joined here by the wonderful Trouble. And I don't think we've ever casted a game together, ever, have we?
No, we haven't, but I have to ask you something.
Okay,
How
here we go.
fast did you swallow that bite of food?
Okay, got me. Okay, I was still chewing some food before we went live. Sorry, folks. We are on a very tight schedule, so you have to eat as fast and as much as you can in the short while we have. We're going straight into picks and bans here. The first ban I see is already the ergot coming out from Wheel of Gaming and Georgia, or Trouble, I mean, at least. Big Sports.
God is gone.
Yeah, it's a meme, but you do love Big Sports, don't you?
Man, both them and Kenty are like my babies from my region, but also like the GLL is my home region because that's where I'm from. So I'm like, I can't pick sides right here. So of course, Magician Zoe is excellent, has to be banned out. Same as Godox's Ergot right here. I don't see any surprising bans coming in from Will of Gaming. I'm expecting maybe to see something like a Casio or a Javan being banned out. They decided to go with a Twisted Fate, which is something that sure, Magician still does play, but it's not his first choice. Okay. All right,
Yeah.
I'll take this.
So the TF ban, a lot less roaming, of course.
Ban the set. Do
Yeah,
it.
you
Ban the
can't
set.
ban to have the set here, because otherwise I do feel like this would be a very prime pickup for Wheel of Gaming. They actually might go for something more aggressive, like you still have the Orn open, something like a Syndra is also still. Oh, sorry, Syndra's been banned.
All right, so
Banned?
Icebreaker has been playing a lot of the Scion, and it's been looking really strong on him. Right now, of course, there's still on and set available. Icebreaker is going to grab the Renekton, which means that he's either going to be playing punches with the set in the top lane, which Godak's pick right here, or even if he was going for the on, he still wins into this matchup. Now, of course, there's things like Cassiopeia that Paris favors that are still open, and Magician is going to snatch it straight out of him because you know what? If someone is a proficient at Cassiopeia as well, that's Magician, and it wasn't open even once against him in the Baltics.
And I love that they just snagged away Cassiopeia here, that they said, hey, we're gonna ban something like a Scion, but leave set open more as a bait to try and say, we love gaming, just take it away from us and we will take away your Cassio. Because Syndra was banned and he knew they had no more preferred counter here. The Draven is locked in, so that does mean that, I mean, doesn't
Balanita did not come to play. He did not come to play, Exodus.
Whenever I see Draven locked in, I always get a little bit hyped. I'm like, okay, guys, we're either going to see some very aggressive plays in the bot lane, or at least some very...
Or full feed.
Yeah, full feed. Just going in, can we get a killer? Can we get the Draven fed? And as soon as it gets fed, it gets out there and it goes snowballing up against the Varus. Problem is here, do you play Lethality Varus or Unhit Varus against Wheel of Gaming?
See, the thing is, you don't want to play anywhere near the Renekton, anywhere near the Echo, and anywhere near the Draven. So I would assume the safe choice here is to go for the Lethality Varus, try to throw those arrows in, get the Draven, Echo / Renekton low enough where the Cassiopeia set can play game after this. That is my train of thought. At least here, we just saw Nemki from Kenty playing the auto attack Varus. I'm not a big fan of it. It didn't show up at all in game, and especially against Draven and in lane. You don't want to be getting anywhere near that man.
Yeah, it does mean that they still have something left open. I would actually not be surprised if we see a more support you can engage, you know, something like...
I'm thinking of Bard. I'm thinking that
something
the Bard would be very successful here with the Draven because you can heal up the poke that's coming in from the Varus.
Hello.
Or just bring people in to be killed.
Immediately with the Blitzcrank. I think this is the third or fourth time even we saw a Blitzcrank being picked into EU Masters alongside with the Orianna. Okay, I love Orianna here. So because you have ball delivery system, you play AP heavy mid lane and jungle alongside with side lanes who are AD heavy, meaning that it will be very difficult for your Corki or for your team
Wait, what?
to itemize.
What's the bot lane? I'm like starstruck right here. I'm like, I don't see any support. I'm lost. Assuming, of course, that the Corki only goes in the mid lane because I've not seen it support, and assuming that the Silas goes in the jungle because I don't see anything else that's capable of jungling right here. We could also have set support and see the Sylas in the top lane. I've seen Godax play the Sylas. So Varus set would make sense. Cassiopeia mid. I'm
I
lost.
think you can play set jungle even.
Set jungle, Corki mid, Cassio top.
I think that's maybe the most likely, but I mean, if they're really ballsy, they just put a Cassio support. But I mean, I wouldn't put it past Pig Sports. I know of their reputation. I know they just sometimes they say, okay, look, we're probably not gonna make it at the groups anymore, but let's make this our showing, Pigs Unite and all of that. So can they actually make it? Is a Cassio support? Okay, hold on, hold the freaking phone here.
Dude, I'm holding. Give it to me. Because I need a minute too.
Explain this to me, because you're the caller here. Explain this to me how this will work.
I'm going to tell you right now how this cannot work, all right? I understand the poke potential, right? If you are able to dodge the hook, then you can play offense. You poke in with the Varus. You've got a lot of damage coming in with the claws from the Cassiopeia as well. All great, all fun. What happens when the hook lands? This is what I'm wondering. Like, if the Blitzcrank is successful at landing the hooks, you're instantly dead. And all I'm seeing right now is carry. No tanks at all. Just a single set in the entire 10 champions that I'm seeing right now. This is going to go one-way street really quickly. I just don't know which street. Is it going to be Will of Gaming pulling out ahead, or is it going to be Pig Sports?
If Pig Sports ever gets ahead, and they have, you can actually say they have infinite scaling potential.
Oh, absolutely.
Just because of, it doesn't really mean you don't have something like a Viger, but it's gonna take a 60-minute game if you translate your kills nicely to make sure that everybody gets full build on, let's say, a regular build. Because Cassiopeia has a pretty expensive build, but if she's been supporting, she can just say, okay, 50 minutes, I don't have 4 items yet. It can be done here. So Pig Esports, Pig Sports is saying we are going in, we're going ham, and we're not coming out weak, we're coming out strong, and they're just screaming throughout the entire process.
I just like that Pig Sports has something to rely on. Does the early game not go their way? I just don't know how. It depends who's going to get fed. If a Draven is fed really early into a game, it's going to be a really tough situation to get out of. But if you think later into the future, the Renekton and the Draven do fall off. Sure, the Echo is going to be able to sneak into the backline, but you do have a Cassiopeia, you do have Chain of Corruption, you've got the set that can literally grab the Echo and just dunk him all the way into his backline. So there are tools right here for Pig Sports to dissuade all of that engaged potential coming in from Will of Gaming. And also, there are so many items that can be built onto these champions. You can have Banshees coming in for Corki, you can have Edge of Night coming in for Corki. You can choose whether to go AD or AP. They both scale well with his kit. You can go Banshees onto the Sylas, you can go Edge of Night and Banshees onto the Cassiopeia. So there are ways you can stop the Blitzcrank from engaging, and then after that, this is the only plan that Will of Gaming have to engage a fight. So once that is down, not that the Will of Pig Sports have a more reliable engage right here, but at least they can get a nice flank with the set.
I do fear for Pig Sports, looking at the team composition from Will of Gaming, for the Shockwaves, because they are not tanky at all. The tankiest member in their lineup is, of course, Set. If they get pulled into a 4-man Shockwave, it is game over for them. They have no way to disengage. They have maybe the Scream from Cassiopeia, but there's no way for them to actually counter a dive. No way for them to make sure they survive a lot of damage being put on them or a lot of burst, because you are against double aim, and we did saw some very strong positioning and some extremely mechanical outplays from double aim already today.
We have, but we've also seen Icebreaker on that Sion going something like 5-1 and then completely throwing away his entire lead to the point where Will of Gaming end up losing the game. So again, I've talked about this before. I've talked about the fire and the passion coming in from the Greek teams, but this can sway both ways. It can sway to the way where you're way too overconfident to the point where the enemy team is able to punish you.
As both teams here are loading onto the Rift, or rather, they're already onto the Rift. And okay, so to reiterate, Esports not in the greatest position right now in groups. I think it's a fair statement to say them making out of it will need a miracle, but it is still possible. We've seen crazier stuff happen at EU Masters, and they need to win this game if they want to make it out of play-ins.
Oh, that makes sense to me right now. Homeless. Okay, so it was a visual bag because I did have an idea that a Homeless Master was coming back into Esports. So just to give a little bit of a backline, Homeless Master was the regular split jungler for Esports. Magician was the mid lane, and Twist was the ADC. Now, they swapped these two guys again. They brought Homeless in. Kleidex was their ADCs out. It's an absolute fest, ladies and gentlemen. Just enjoy the show.
Yeah, that's definitely what's going to happen. We're going to enjoy the show. We're going to have a little bit fun with it. So as we go into the game, right? Or as we're all into the game. Okay, so I'm looking at the mid lane right now. You have Corki, will spike a little bit sooner than Paris. He only needs that Sheen. I mean, if he has Sheen damage and he can roam along with package.
Right, so I do have an opinion about the Corki, especially when it's played against mages. And when I did see the Orianna being locked in, I'm like, cool. Corki doesn't need to go for the Hex Drinker, which means that he's going to go straight for the Trinity Force, giving him the advantage into the early to mid game when it comes to like objectives, dragon fights, Reaver skirmishes, and all that stuff. Oh!
We might see a pull here. Good pull from Hungry Panda. Immediately Benedito trying to get that first blood Draven in. Magician flashes over the wall, but it's still Benedito. You're too strong. Look at his access. Look at the moves. Can he get that kill? He really wants it as Draven. The heal being used aggressively. One more flash and one more auto attack will do it for Benedito. That's a first blood. He will not get the second one, but his second kill has fallen in the top lane. An icebreaker. Unfortunately, met his demise at a gank, and you're TPing onto the minions. That's a really aggressive move, but it's double aim. Back up here for his buddy.
Oh, they're going to grab another two.
Such a great shield with the Haymaker. And as you said already, they're troubled. This is going to be a double kill as double aim gets it. And that is immediately We Love Gaming in a
No, Magician!
spot. Oh, Magician goes down as well. A 2-0 Draven, and that's 4-1 in less than 4 minutes for We Love Gaming.
I think we kind of mentioned, I'm like, who's it going to be that's going to be fed? Is it going to be the Renekton? Because if so, sure, he might fall towards the late game. This is a question of, is Esports going to reach late game? Because I've seen Godux, I've seen, I'm not going to say the word, Axe. So far, it seems like they're being a little bit, again, overconfident. I mean, Homeless Master and Godux stay onto the TP of Icebreaker, but like, Homeless Master has 0 mana. What are you going to do there? And they get instantly punished back with 2 kills. The bot lane, again, we talked about this. If you don't get hooked, you can play the aggressor. If you get hooked, RIP.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have a front line. The only thing who doesn't mind getting hooked that much is Godux, but still, you're gonna get shredded on if you get pulled into that team. You might land a showstopper on an important target like Benedito, and this is exactly what Hungry Panda needs to do. Just stay out of vision and keep the question mark pings alive alongside the side of Esports. But here is double aim once again where he needs to be. That's a good stun. The hook lands as well. Magician goes down, and that's a triple kill for Benedito. And these Draven plays and X's are starting to look so worrying for Esports.
Yeah, I think Esports are just playing this game to have fun. And We Love Gaming, of course, they have the chances to go forward to the knockout stage, so they're taking this very seriously. And whatever misstep Esports is going to throw the way, they're going to grab onto it and hold tight. And this is exactly what We Love Gaming are doing. I don't blame them. They seem very serious. Basilisk also going to lose his life down the bot lane. It's I don't know. Twist is meant to be the ADC. I don't know why he's the one playing the Cork in the mid lane. Magician is being the mage guy, and now he's playing lethality Varus. So to me, this seems like just the Esports that wants to come in and have some fun and play something that they just enjoy. Obviously, it doesn't really seem to be working out.
No. So, well, you can be proud of yourself. At one thing, Trouble, it is you said this game is going to go quite fast in one direction. And that is completely true. So we are 6 kills in for We Love Gaming with a 4-0 in a very extremely fat Draven. So it does mean that We Love Gaming needs to show that if they play this game out correctly, they need to finish quite fast. Because as we said already, Big Esports is on a timer. And the longer the timer goes, the better it becomes for them.
The thing is, sure, I do really like late game compositions because at least you have that payload to fall back on if everything fails in the early game or you don't want to play for the early game, sure. But there's a difference between, let's say, a team like Origin who does like to play for the late game, but they don't lose too much in the early. Esports right here have lost so much. That Draven goes back into base. He's probably going to have a bloodthirster really quickly. The Corki is going to take at least 2 items to be relevant right here, and he might find his death.
Yeah, Hungry Panda lands a hook, lands a shockwave as well from Paris, and with the Ignite coming down, it's not going to take out the Corki just yet, but it does mean that a lot of stuff has been burned alongside We Love Gaming, and they maybe shouldn't have done it so aggressively because you want to save some stuff over for the Dragon.
I mean, at this point, I don't think it matters too much because they have control over the entire river. I don't think anyone wants to come anywhere near to contest. You're going to need to have your set, unfortunately, in any fights from now on because, sure, We Love Gaming might have a very fair Draven, but we have seen how disgusting the set damage can be later into the game, even with 1 or 2 items. I've seen a 1-for-7 set almost one shot with the W true damage carries from other teams. So the question is, when and how is Godox going to get freed from the top side to be able to TP in? And of course, when he does, a crocodile will be following up soon. So it's a question of how little can you lose to still remain relevant into this game. Hungry Panda, taking another chance.
Yeah, trying to look for another hook. Can he land it though? Misses, and that's a goal, I mean, alongside of Esports. Can they turn this around? They do have the Cassiopeia Magician, but no level 6 available for them, which is so unfortunate. We do see a lane gank coming out in the top lane. Homeless wants to engage, a good showstopper as Icebreaker tries to dash out, can find his ultimate. Can he find the healing with the Conqueror? Yes, that's the flash, and the Haymaker will not land. Icebreaker gets out, but just in time.
He gets out just in time, but that's all good for him because the Echo is around and they might find Godox here.
Yeah, and this is Godox actually playing quite well. Taking a lot of turret damage though.
No!
The Haymaker is not enough. Do we call it greedy or do we call it fun?
We call it Feedux. It's either
Feedux.
Godox or Feedux. That's how it's gonna go here. Very, very disrespectful for Godox. He's like, no, I'm gonna stay. I wanna tank that kill. Icebreaker is really low, but Icebreaker is also really great at turning situations like this, especially with double aim is up there with him. And again, we've seen over and over again Godox disrespecting situations, disrespecting the fact that you don't know where the jungler is, and Basilisk, goodbye, my friend.
Yeah, that's a dead snake, and it does mean that we're going to see some boots made out of that one, and they're going to be on Draven's feet as he tried to shove in his way.
He already has his. They're nice and shiny.
Nice and shiny. Berserker Grace, are they going to be enough though? Can they win this 3v2?
God, he ran fast enough!
He does not have enough mana to really complete this fight, but can he run fast enough? Hungry Panda here, they need the hook. They do not find it. Homeless going in, teleport coming out as well. Twitch needs to get out. Hungry Panda going down alongside with his AD carry, and now it's double aim and Icebreaker for them to turn the fight. Homeless goes down. Although that's a good ultimate from him, he gets out eventually. I was speaking too soon there, Trouble, because this is Pig Sports saying we are alive and kicking. And what's other stuff that pigs do?
Oink, oink.
Oink, oink.
That's the only thing that comes to mind. Oh, they're diving the Corki.
Yeah, trying to dive the cork again. Here's Homeless, and it's Icebreaker. He will not survive this one. Homeless with a good turnaround, and he's waiting for double aim, or he was waiting for double aim to just mind his own business.
I'm telling you, man, he saw Godox do that before, and he's like, I want to try and do that too, see if it works. But Homeless was around. Godox might be in trouble.
Yeah, Godox, if he gets pulled here, this might sign bad news bears for him. Good little showstopper here. Godox still has Super Saiyan available. Bongy Panda gets it with the ultimate.
He's like, nah.
Style
Nah.
points.
Not gonna wait for a Draven to come all the way here. I created the skill and I'm allowed to take it.
This is why I don't play support, because I would have done exactly the same thing. I
Oh,
would
me
have been
too.
Like, man, I made such a good play here. And
Sorry,
you're just,
but you just weren't there.
You're farming
get
with
it.
2 minions. I'm taking the skill. I deserve it. Talking about taking kills, Hungry Panda might look for another one.
Listen, if you said that, you would never get honor, all right? You have to say, man, you just wouldn't get it, okay? He had flash, you wouldn't get it.
Yeah, true. I want to leave it over to some coloring for you, Trouble, but it's just fights all over alongside We Love Gaming. They're trying to put the Rift Arrow down mid, and that's probably going to be first third blood for them. Okay, so in, let's say, the best or the worst timeline, how does Pig Sports comes back from this? How do they come back?
Okay, so you do still see that when fights happen around Godax, he still has the damage and the tankiness to be able to dissuade that and turn it around. It's just in the kit of the champion. He's just that strong right now. And remember, the only way that Will of Gaming can get an engage up on Pig Sports is if that Blitzcrank hook hits. Now, if it doesn't, they do have tools to turn it around. They have the Petrifying Gaze coming in from Basilisk. They have a very good flank potential coming in from Godax onto that set. Also, Homeless can steal an ultimate to try and stay alive and create the engage himself like he did in the bot lane, stealing the Echo ult, getting in and getting back out. So there are ways that Pig Sports can outplay this. It's just a matter of, can you just stop dying so you can try and outplay this later on? That is my only question here.
Stop dying.
Just stop dying.
I've heard it in a lot of my solo queue games actually as well. Right now, it's
I'm not going to comment on that because I might have as well.
okay. So We Love Gaming alongside We Love Gaming wants to keep up the tempo. And before we actually go in deep analysis of this pro level gameplay, we first see Hungry Panda here trying to have Goddix once again change his name to Phoenix. Is still has a Haymaker available. That's a lot of damage, but not enough. Icebreaker cannot find the last one. Ooh, that's the Draven KS as in kill secured that you want to right now if you have that Draven in your team.
And all the way up top side, I think Paris almost solo double killed both Basilisk and Magician. So nothing is going the side of Pig Sports. They've lost their middle tower. They're going to lose their bot tower as well. And I just wanted to talk about the importance of the mid tower when the opponent team has a very fed assassin, such as double aim on the Echo right now. It's so hard for you to push a wave and try to CS the minions coming at you because there could be a wild Echo popping out of nowhere and 100-0 you real quickly. Oh, Homeless?
Oh, Homeless here trying to find Paris. Connects the chain and abscond. This is Paris going very low. Is the burn enough to take him down? Yes, it is. And Homeless, he's walking out happily.
Oh boy. See, this is the Homeless that I got to love in the Baltic region, all right? I made a meme video about him, calling him a coin flip player, and come on, man. It was just a meme, all right? When this guy pops off, he really pops off. And so far, I feel like him and Twist on that Corki are the two people keeping Pig Sports alive. As much as Pig Sports bot lane right now with Magician and Basilisk is a meme, it feels like Homeless Master and Twist really want to keep their hopes and dreams alive. Basilisk, what are you doing there? It's Snake versus Crocodile, but I'm pretty sure that 4 level ahead Crocodile might have the edge here.
I'm pretty sure that even in real life, crocodiles are not afraid of snakes. Talk about not being afraid. Homeless here, maybe a bit too deep, and Hungry Panda alongside with double aim, trying to find another kill. Here's Goddix coming in with the teleports. Can this 3v4 turn out well for Pig Sports? They need to turn this game around right now. Double aim, trying to run. That is not the greatest blast cone in history, Benedito, as you need to get away.
In the backline.
And it is Pig Sports trying to engage you, trying to collapse in the backline, but there's no Haymaker available. Goddix just immediately got blown up. Temporal convergence here is enough to keep Magician and Homeless away from these fights. Does Hungry Panda have hook? No need to. When Icebreaker just flashes in, gets a stun, and goes for Homeless. He is Homeless. He does not have a home to go through. He is going towards the Nexus, but it's not enough to kill, to get out, and double aim takes yet another kill.
No home, but he goes all the way back to the fountain, Exodus. He found his home finally, and this is the power of having a Blitzcrank, a Fed Draven, and an Assassin all in one, as well as a Fed Bruiser in the top lane. You can just brute force these fights. I think the best bet right here for Pig is try to fight underneath the towers. I don't know what they were doing in the jungle. Sure, they had the man advantage because Godox was there and it was a 4v5 with Paris all the way down the ball. But you got to use your numbers advantage to go for something that's worth it, like an objective, like a dragon, like a tower, like an anti-tower dive. I don't know. Don't just go blindly into the jungle and try to force something when you're so far behind. This is a team that's right now 7,000 gold in deficit. So, sure, this is where compositions like Renekton's and Draven's and Echoes really thrive. Just wait a little bit for it to go towards the late game. Try not to die that much. Try to keep your vision score up. But right here, you see Pig they just really want that Renekton.
Yeah, talking about really wanting the Renekton.
I'm pretty sure he can 2v1 them.
I'm pretty sure as well. Let's see what he can do here. Okay, Crocodile versus Snake and Legolas cosplayer. Here we go. Good stun there from Basilisk. But here's the heal. The Conqueror is enough to take him down. The Grievous Wounds. It's not enough. An Icebreaker eventually gets taken down by these two wonderful bot laners. They survive. Oh no, Benedito gets the kill with the Whirling Death. Basilisk, can he escape? Snakes don't need no boots as they're trying to run away. Benedito has a speed buff available. Hungry Panda is slowed. That's a good knock-up. The X lands. Here's the ultimate to help him. And this time, Benedito will get a kill from his support.
Oh man, I was expecting the double kill from Icebreaker right there, but not only does he get ignited, he also gets exhausted. That was so unfortunate for him, of course. But Anito, Paris, Hungry Panda, they're all there to assist their team. And not only do they grab both the kills, they're gonna grab yet another tower. And they're asserting so much dominance on the map right now. 9,000 gold in the lead. They're gonna grab Shelly too. Everything is up for the taking. Are you not entertained, people? This is an absolute fiesta coming in.
Okay, talk about entertainment. Because it's going to be difficult to keep the hype going for this game because you're just going to keep on fighting and fighting. You now have an opportunity, Trouble, to talk a little bit about your home region. So, how has...
When they look like this? You do me dirty when they look like this?
Yeah, I will. I'm going to put you on the spot right here. So, tell me about your home region. Tell me, how's it been serving you?
Oh, I absolutely love both Kenty and Pig Sports to bits. I'm kind of sad with both of them today because I think they've both gone 0-2 so far. Well, Pig Sports is about to go 0-2 so far, but it seems like a really fun region. They play all kinds of things and they surprise me. I'm not very surprised with the Cassiopeia right here because I don't even... It felt like, guys, we forgot to ban Cassiopeia. Let's take it away from Paris real quickly. And then they were like, I don't want to play it. I don't want to play it. I don't want to play it. Basilisk was like, it's fine. I'll just play the Cassiopeia. Give it to me in the bot lane.
Yeah, for Pig Sports, feels like a team. I'm reminded of a quote from the Joker in Batman, where he says, "I'm like a wild dog trying to chase a car. I wouldn't have the first idea what to do with it if I actually caught one." And Pig Sports is the same. We got the Cassio, guys. We got the Cassio.
But who's gonna play it?
Who's gonna play it? I don't want it. Basilisk. I've played Cassio in ARAM once. I can do it. Okay, swap it over.
I would have said TFT, but like, there's no Cassio in TFT, unfortunately. All right, well, power spikes, okay? Power spikes.
I love the enthusiasm. Power spikes. Okay.
Power spikes.
Who has the power spike here? Who is going to scale better?
Oh, absolutely. The Draven has the power spike right now with the Bloodthirst and the Infinity it's completed. Also, Blade of the Ruin King and Black Cleaver for the Renekton. You get anywhere near this guy, oh boy, are you going to get sliced and diced. Again, that 1 in 5 set, do not let it fool you. Once he gets in and he presses W, he can still kill that Draven and that Orianna. So always keep an eye on Godox, keep an eye on his flanks, keep an eye on how he plays the game. Also, Twist on his 384's Infinity. Twist, I think, is the only one who's actually properly, seriously playing this game right now. He's like, guys, we can still win. Hashtag we scale.
I mean, he does have most CS in the game, and he does have a call completely stacked. So if there's one person for Pig Sports who might be able to turn it around, it's absolutely him. I I'm looking at this numbers, by the way, from Benedito. He crits for almost 900 at the moment. Yeah, Basilisk just gets out, but if he crits, people die. That's just a fact.
Yeah, I think one axe in the face, and Basilisk could actually get one shot right here, because if you see like the level discrepancy between everyone, it's like level 13 for Icebreaker, 13 for Paris, 12 for Double Aim. Oh boy, bye Basilisk. I was talking about you, sorry. Cast the curse.
Yeah, no,
Happens.
That's him going down, and Benedito takes the kill once again. So he's a 9-on-1 Draven, and he's still going strong in the Baron Pit, homeless, trying to look for an engage. Does have the Echo ultimate stolen. Can they finish this off? They are stalling away We Love Gaming from the Baron, which is good news for them, but it does mean that We Love Gaming is going to look for an engage. Which
Here comes Shelly.
Shelly is being put down here now. Can they go in? Can they take it
Godek's
out?
coming in.
God, the Double Aim looking for the engage. Here's a teleport coming in as well. Can they find a hook? No, not just yet. Whoa, Godux was so close. He nearly got cancelled with that teleport because of the Shelly boom. But right now, We Love Gaming is not going to risk it for the biscuit. And they're getting the heck out of there.
I mean, sure. They pop Shelly, they get yet another tower. They don't have to play too dangerously, because that's what they did in their previous game and they lost it. So right now they play aggressively enough, but also calculated. So they don't have to throw anything to the side of Pixports. There's a 400 gold bounty both on the Echo and on the Draven. And let's see, because Magician here is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, can Magician get out here? Get stunned by the Temporal Convergence. Right now it's Double Aim, who did get exhausted, so not enough damage. Good flash on Magician. Can Double Aim find the re-engage? He does a Magician. The Magician is no longer alive. Gets taken out. And Double Aim.
Oh, well, what do you know?
Ultimate. And yeah, what do you know? It's We Love Gaming here, who's just saying,
Listen,
if
that was a solo queue game, somebody would have typed in all chat 111 bot lane. Lul. I'm telling you.
Yeah, but they do have a kill, so... And I would blame jungler here, because that's what you do when you're 0-11 or 1-11 in the bot lane.
Better
right?
jungler wins.
Better jungler wins. You say, yo, no jungle pressure. I mean, we did not get any ganks whatsoever. Yes, we were pushed up against our turrets. No, we did not have vision in the river. Yes, we were engaging when we didn't have a power spike. Yes, we were engaging when the other team was 2 levels ahead and had their ultimate. But still, jungler, why were you not bot lane that play?
Oh, I see what you're doing there. Well, Homeless might be having a chance to steal this Baron if he wants to get into the pit, that is.
Yeah, can he get into the Pinto? Because Double Aim is really zoning him out. No pull available, but it's Icebreaker going over the wall, and immediately it is a hungry Crocodile who takes him down. Baron buff now goes firmly into the hands for We Love Gaming, and they're trying to push it in, and they're trying to stall out this game. And Godix, well, he knows what you need to do in situations like this.
Farm.
Deny golems from the enemy team there, Trovo.
This is a secret strat, guys. When Baron is being taken and you can do nothing about it, deny the jungle. I think he's been caught between a rock and a hard place right here, because there's only Will of Gaming members around him. Yeah. Not sure about this one, Godux.
Will this be the great escape, though? He did use the Blade of the King active. Ooh, that's a mighty unfortunate ultimate, but he gets out just in time with the flash. And actually good mechanical outplay here, because he was able to get out. And it does mean that this final dragon, or this final elemental dragon, will go over to We Love Gaming.
Yeah, and they do manage to secure Soul as well. It's going to be a Cloud Soul, so a lot of ultimates are going to be coming back, a lot of crucial ultimates that they can have. And at this point, it kind of breaks my heart to see that it just feels like, sure, the players are no longer qualified to go further into the knockout stage, sure. And they do play, do have some fun as well. But, beating Will of Gaming could potentially get another team in to qualify. So it kind of breaks my heart to see that, Pick is not try-harding as much as I would like them to. Show their true face. Show the Picks was the beat Candy 3-1 in the finals. That one.
You do know what they say, right? Try-harding is for nerds. And
Hey, we're all nerds here, though.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. So we're all nerds. So basically, they're doing a fantastic job right at the moment. They're keeping on their cool kid glasses, as Godux will need to do that as well. He's getting dove. That's a beautiful haymaker, but it's not enough to save you from this onslaught that is We Love Gaming. And they have the Baron buff available. They have minions pushed in at all 3 lanes. Will they survive this one trouble? Will Pick Sports be able to come back from this unstoppable We Love Gaming?
I don't know, man. 14,000 gold in the lead. Inhibitor down. They caught the Draven. JK.
No, Benedito, yeah, that's an ultimate on him. He thinks, okay, I have the Bloodthirster. You don't have an inhibitor anymore. That's quite fine. But they are looking for
Like,
the end
guys,
goal.
our base? Guys.
This is a very aggressive way to try and end this double aim. Who gets the kill? Magician will also be taken down by a 4 level up Renekton there. Renekton trying his own. Guys, the base. You don't need any more kills. You already have so much gold. Let him be. Okay, don't play with your food.
Let
Just
him press
finish it.
W, for God's sake.
Talk about pressing W. Godux wasn't able to do that one in that fight. And this looks, I mean, you would not say that Pick Sports is on the red side
They
here.
still got this.
Oh, they got it. That's the Nexus going down. Pick Sports, unfortunately, not being able to pick up a single win here. But I have to say, I'm pretty sure they're having the most fun right now with the U-Masters.
Listen, they're keeping the best for last, all right?
Ooh,
I'd just
okay.
like to see a decisive We Love Gaming. They're like, listen, these guys are 0-4 so far. We're going to pick super early, hard engage on them, get the Draven, get the Renekton, get the Echo, get everything hardcore. And Paris is like, fine, I'll just play shield duty. Everything else failed. They got the Blitzcrank, Hungry Panda with some really great hooks. And of course, I don't think Pig played their best, but We Love Gaming played a very decisive game. And I like to see them not make mistakes.
So Pick Sports, now so this game they tried, what if we pick 5 carries? I'm hoping next game they might play, what if we pick 5 supports? But anyway, there's still one more game left, and then we're gonna go into a small little break here. But don't get anywhere, because not only do we have more games, we also have decider matches coming up soon. So guys, see you in a little bit.
We are back again, bringing you yet more action. Now we've got EGN going up against Cyber Gaming. My name is Stanley Greyheart Barker. I'm joined by the wonderful Ibris Dyer.
Yo, what's up, Stan? No, that was like the least formal opening I've ever given, but hey, it's a game and a half we've got coming up here with Cyber Gaming looking for their first victory of the entire event so far, going off against an Electronic Generation who need this in order to be able to force a tiebreaker for Seed 2 of Group B.
Cyber Gaming not only trying to make sure that they don't go home without a single win in their pockets, but also to play spoiler to EGN's potential. In the end of the day, however, EGN's fate has now been taken out of their hands. Intrepid Fox are going up against Raccoon as we speak, and know that if they win that game, they will claim the second seed. That being said, Raccoon currently undefeated. I believe they're 5-0. This does mean very tough for Intrepid Fox. They could fall to 3-3. EGN, they could climb to 3-3. We could easily have a tiebreaker on our hands.
Definitely, we'll see if that'll be the case, of course. Both those teams splitting 1-1 across the board when they did meet earlier today. And, of course, on Monday, which was our first day of games, we had that little hiccup yesterday.
It was a long time ago now.
It was quite some time ago. These broadcast days, we've had a lot of games in a short period of time, and we still have quite a few other games. Yeah, at least we have that potential tiebreaker. We also have another potential tiebreaker that does look pretty appealing. Of course, Group D was a big cluster, and there were loads of options there that might happen. Group C as well. But Group A, the most unlikely group to actually have a tiebreaker, now has the other Czech representatives, Cyber Gaming's brothers in arms in eSuba, actually taking a game off of Gamer Legion and bringing both of those giants to the 4-1 scoreline.
Yeah, and that does mean that Raccoon are now, I believe, the only team here at the EU Masters Plains that are undefeated.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, lots of potential interesting tiebreakers. However, we've got to cast our eyes now upon the game at hand. This one here between Electronic Generation and Cyber Gaming. See where these cards are going to fall as the house collapses. You've got to be looking straight at EGN to pick up the win, but Cyber Gaming, they could still make the upset.
Yeah, definitely the case here is that Cyber Gaming could pull it out of nowhere. The issue is that they still haven't looked all that promising in what we've seen so far. The thing is, EGN aren't exactly flawless themselves. There's a reason why they have their destiny taken out of their hands. There's a reason why they're 3rd out of 4 potential places. This is a close match. This is an interesting match. It's not the highest quality of matches that you can maybe expect from this group, but it's still pretty exciting because it will definitely have an implication as to just who will escape to the knockout brackets from Group B.
But Ibris quality is in the eye of the beholder. Some people are looking for that high-level macro.
I know, Greyheart, you love your bronze clown fiestas.
I love myself a fiesta. I got one at the beginning of the day that went on so long that I missed my next cast. I think that everything's been so potentially exciting that I just want to see them go out there and duke it out. What more can you ask for on a Wednesday evening?
Yeah,
is it Wednesday? I don't even know what day it is anymore.
Wednesday evening. I think we've crossed evening into nighttime now as we are cresting towards 9 p.m. British summertime, 10 p.m. Central European summertime, and yeah, both these guys, not even the last games that some of these teams are playing, but definitely been a journey so far. Cyber Gaming in particular, not the greatest of showings, but certainly big experience under their belt now to take back to their domestic league and look to make a splash in next season of the Hit Point Masters, which is, of course, Czech and Slovakia, their domestic league.
Well, we will be bringing you into Champ Select just as soon as this game gets started up. We'll bring you all the action, both in terms of pick and bans and also, of course, once we jump onto the Rift. For now, of course, we remember that we are playing on patch 10.7. It is the live patch for those of you who are out there playing lots of solo queue. Fiddlesticks disabled for everybody due to the recent rework. Wukong, on the other hand, is somebody who is at a strong point. I think a lot of the analysts, basically, the analysts, they sort of said, this is going to be one of the key contested champions, but actually, I'm not even sure if we've seen it win a game yet.
Yeah, Wukong, a little bit all over the place, kind of like a Renekton bait, where these picks are dominant if they're ahead, but because they need to be ahead to actually do things, kind of command you to play around them. And a lot of these teams either have strong top sides or just weak bot sides, and I think that leaves the rest of the map exposed and, you know, just puts little bit of an awkward scenario for the rest of these lineups. But actually,
speaking of lineups, that leads us.
Okay, go ahead.
I was going to say that leads us quite nicely into asking who we've got playing for us here. I was just going to look towards Cyber Gaming, the current 0-5 team, looking for that win. Going to have Wondro in the top lane, Proca, Lilane, Piok, Pitris, and Kiyoshi are playing for them.
So this team's actually the Wondro show. He's been really, really good for them domestically. Not so much here, but it's a different kettle of fish. Let's say that. And definitely got to keep your eyes on him. He has a sick Vlad, not so sick on other champs, but his Vlad is very good, and I respect that.
Let's see if it gets banned away when we get into that champ select. Looking at Electronic Generation, their top laner, Frozen, Reativo in the jungle, Blizz, Worst, and Slayer rounding up the lineup.
So Worst is actually considered to be probably not that bad relative to the other AD carries in this event.
He's not the worst. Oh wait, he is the worst.
Reativo is the other standout player there. Like, those two can actually contest for top 10 in their roles in play-ins, which is an achievement for a team that we didn't really consider to be that hype. That being said, though, this is the team that did upset FTW. This is the team that did make a splash in the Portuguese Grand Finals of the LPLOL. And this is not the greatest of showing so far. FTW, of course, also not having the best of times. And if Portugal's flag is going to be carried through towards the knockout bracket, it's going to have to be EGN that do take it.
Yeah, the first seeds are pretty much... Sorry, the second seeds even are the ones that we'll be looking towards as we get closer and closer towards the actual EU Masters itself. Of course, we're still here in the playing phase. So much still up for grabs. I feel like I interrupted you. About to make a point when we're talking about the lineups. Is it possible you remember what that was? Or is that one,
I do. And that is because you said it was patch 10.7. I just remember the fact that we kind of skipped 10.6 competitively. It felt like we were on 10.5 for like 3 months, and then bam, no, not 3 months, of course, but like a solid 6 weeks. And then we were on 10.6 for like half a week. And now here we're on 10.7, and this is our first, or not our first, but one of our first champ selects of patch 10.7, but we've had so many during the EU Masters. So
we are getting straight into the action. We'll let you know those bans as they come through. Of course, you mentioned the Vladimir that Wondro plays so well. Any other champions that we especially expect to be seen taken away from any of these summoners?
I think Renekton is a good option for Wondro. The thing is that Worst being the best player on Electronic Generation does mean that you can trim out his pool a little bit. Reativo, you will respect because he has the best Zac in his native league, and I think he has actually probably one of the best Zacs in this entire EU Masters play-in stage.
The Troll is taken off the field as the Trundle is banned away from Proca. Rek'Sai the response. A lot of jungle priority being put in already.
Ban the Trundle so you can blind pick the Zac. It's beautiful. You think about it, you leave a Phelios open so they get baited into picking it, and then you take the Zac in response, and then, yeah, line them up and knock them down. That's Skarner ban kind of out of nowhere, but of course, if it works for Proca, it may as well take it away.
Why not? Indeed, Gangplank to be the final ban coming out of Cyber Gaming, Electronic Generation, with one final slot to fill, and they say to Wondro, you're not getting your hands on your Vladimir today.
Yeah, actually, Wondro, credit to him, when this team made a splash at the Hit Point Masters, the only game they took was when he backdoored a base with Vladimir. Vladimir does not have strong auto-attack. No. Let me tell you, he doesn't even have a nice animation for auto-attacking, but Wondro was not put off.
Nah.
He did it. Kind of, yeah. Gotta be said, but that's not Vlad locked in. That is a Vlad banned, and that will be a different first pick, AP solo laner.
We have seen the Akali played brilliantly even today in the EU Masters play-ins. I believe it was by Hatrix who went...
Didn't find a win in that game, but yeah.
But had a stellar performance until they... It was one of the classic Dignitas winning until they lost moments, I believe. But Varus is going to be an early lock-in, has a lot of flex potential in two ways. Number one can be ADC or mid laner. Number two can be lethality or the on-hit.
Yes, can also be can't also be anything, but if you pair it with LeBlanc, it's a good idea, because lethality Varus with LeBlanc is actually the aforementioned Mad Lion's go-to composition. They you chunk someone out with the arrow, you one-shot them with LeBlanc, and it's smooth sailing from there on out. And
I think that you said that it's great to pair it with an Aatrox as well, so you come in with the resets.
Yeah. Yep, that's why LeBlanc Aatrox were like the go-to solo laners. Now you've kind of taken priority off of the Aatrox and shifted it towards securing the Varus for the bottom lane. And with the MF banned out by Cyber, what can you pick to actually match wits with the Varus in lane? Not too much.
Question. Set going to be locked in here, most likely to be the champion for Wondro, could still be for Procker in the jungle. You never know, might even get some spice out of Pitrus in the support role, but we are going to see the Kalista locked in. Also has flex potential. Seeing the set on the table, I expect it to be the ADC, but you never quite know.
I mean, this is like the other early game AD carry in the meta right now. Depends on who you want to pair with her for support. Could take Tarm, Kench, or Braum if you're electronic generation here, but I think Thresh will probably be better for Slayer. And there's the Zac that I mentioned. Yes, I already like this pick ban because they listened to me when I said, hey, let's ban the Vlad. And they listened when I said, hey, Riatabo actually has fairly hefty Zac.
Well, you predicted this one. You got it absolutely smack on. Now we're going to see another jungle ban. That's now 3 in total coming through from Electronic Generation, as Cyber Gaming have banned one themselves. 5 even junglers already taken out of the pool. What is Procker going to find his hands on if it's not going to be that set?
Probably J4, if I'm honest, for Procker. It's kind of boring, kind of binary, kind of delayed till team fights, but it's absolutely fine. The main concern I have is that it's increasingly difficult to find anything left in the jungle pool right now that actually guarantees your mid laner a winning matchup in the 2v2 against LeBlanc. LeBlanc just has so much early power, plus the Zac able to engage from 2 screens away. Kind of shaky.
No World Ender reset's going to come in on Aatrox in this game because the ban comes through. The denial is there, and the Blitzcrank is going to be the one that they do not want to see paired up with the Kalista. I saw I believe it was a Thresh paired up with the Kalista earlier on. It was absolutely on fire. That was Prime playing that one.
You picked that here.
Also banned away.
Yeah, that's why. So if you ban Blitzcrank, it means you're going to pick Thresh, because Blitzcrank is the only Thresh counter in meta right now. You can go for Nautilus if you want here, because there's not too much they can take into it. Braum is also a very valid pick here, and it will give you a winning matchup into the Nautilus Kalista, plus get Varus through the lane a little bit more reliably. But I really am eager to see just what Electronic Generation bring here.
It's entirely possible they don't show their hand. With the set most likely going into the top lane, you could easily take a counter pick here for Frozen. That's almost definitely what's happened with that Maokai locked in.
Yeah, so they want to say, look, either you take the Braum and we take something that can go against that, or you take the Nautilus and we'll take the Braum for ourselves, guarantee ourselves the winning bot side 3v3. And
what would you look at playing into the Braum? Something like a Zyra?
I wouldn't necessarily say Zyra, but she does do a good job at creating space. Something that can follow up on the Zac. So maybe Leona. Leona would be fine, and that's a lot of kill pressure onto Kalista, plus Kalista basically can't move. By the way, I do like the Kalista pick when the enemies ban Trundle, because Trundle is like the go-to Kalista counter. So is Maokai, because Flash Twisted Advance and she's doomed, literally doomed, can't move, can't also can't do anything. But
with the Gragas locked here, we're actually going to see Ornn as the final lock-in. I'm assuming that is going to be the Ornn support. You've got to assume Braum is coming out now.
Could be the Ornn support, could also be the set support, Ornn top Gragas jungle, or even Gragas support. A lot of flexibility in this composition right now. And yeah, pretty eager to see how it pans out. You probably are right. It will likely be the Ornn support, and that's just because I'm not entirely sold on seeing Wondro on a tank when he's been such a consistent carry for them.
The Braum does indeed get locked in. Lots of potential blocks there. You've got obviously the Gragas barrels. You've got the Call of the Forge God. So many pieces of engage that can be negated coming out of one giant door.
Yeah, Braum just really good at, of course, disengaging. You can eat the Ornn ultimate as well for good measure, but more importantly, pretty insane when paired with the Varus, because you can just lane bully your way to victory.
I've got to say, I feel pretty good about this champ select. I think we've done a solid job of calling where various picks and bans were coming in. You especially, Ibris, you were on fire on this one. The question is, when we get onto the Rift with these two compositions as they are, what are you expecting to see?
So I'm expecting a lot of bot side priority for
set support.
Electronic Generation, and yeah, set support. We said it was a possibility.
We
didn't really expect it because Wondro, of course, been such a standout on the not carry, but certainly a lot more agency than a strict tank kind of top laner in his wheelhouse. And I think that this is not bad for them, but does put a lot of faith into Piok and Lilian in particular.
I'm looking forward to watching the potential Fate's Call into a set ultimate. If they pair that nicely, that could be absolutely insane. Throwing the set into the back line, grabbing a champion, bringing him back forward, could be absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I don't think Kallista's going to be able to do much here, but she has a bulky front line. She has an Akali just running interference as well. And yeah, while Pyok may be in a lot of trouble, should the Maokai come on him, the LeBlanc, the Zac as well, it's definitely the possibility for the rest of Cyber Gaming just to have a lot of freedom while their AD carry is being focused down.
And that freedom might enable one of the people I want to talk about now, and that's going to be Lan, along with Blizz, the two mid laners, the AP assassins, which we've not really touched on very much so far. If either of these start getting ahead, get snowballing, it could mean real bad news for the other team.
Yeah, real bad news indeed. So, well, your dogs seem to agree with you there. But,
Absolutely.
Yep.
Thor and Loki have been barking their support all day long. They're especially cheering on the Mad Lions because I once told them that they were lions, and they think they are. But it's
Greyheart together we're cringe, but I like it at the same time because it's very on brand for both of us. Thanks for watching. We'll be right back. Oh, no, we're in game.
No, we are definitely in game. Do not go anywhere because we are on to the rift. The teams spread themselves out. Going to be defensive positions coming out of both squads.
Yeah, very intriguing build immediately drawing my eye here is the Corrupting Pot from Blizz. Just going to look to harass Proker as much as possible early. The Ignite, though, maintain there rather than going for the TP on LeBlanc, who, of course, can just roll someone level 6, reset, and get the favorable TP back into lane. Does mean that we could see some early kill pressure dictated towards the CG mid laner. And CG, winless, but not entirely hopeless, could very well still play
Slightly confused because I thought that Proker was the jungler.
They do have a little bit of flexibility. They've
So
done it before.
the lane and Proker maybe have swapped over here.
They have, yes. All right. No, I know what it was. This was the standard assignment. It was just in the prep doc. Their names were swapped.
Okay. Well, that's me being bamboozled.
It's kind of unlucky. What do you mean, Greyheart? You don't watch the Hit Point Masters?
I mean, I have seen some of it, but I'll be perfectly honest, I hadn't caught up on that one. So my mistake for getting bamboozled there. But even so, we're going to see both of the junglers starting on the top half of the map. A little fake coming in here from Electronic Generation, trying to give away the idea that maybe Zac was starting on the blue side. Will CG have bought into that?
Pretty intriguing for me is the immediate red side trinket buy from the Gragas in particular of Liveline, because usually you see them just recall level 3 for their Predator boots after clearing one side of the jungle, and I think the early vision control very crucial towards shutting down some of these early Zac ganks. Of course, the Reativo on the Zac masterclass on this champion when given some breathing room in that regard.
Nice, slow, steady start to the game. It's going to be looking for the first potential ganks coming through. It is, of course, going to be Predator Gragas. So as soon as those booties are acquired, it's going to be a big old barreling man coming in with a big old barrel.
Yep, on the other hand, you do have the Zac, who, as we mentioned, engaged from 2 screens away and one very dead Callista, if that ever is the case. As well as that, a lot of AoE engage, and I like that because Akali, very difficult to single target burst down, but if you just consistently stick to her with the Zac and, not particularly have to target her with anything, you hit the E, you hit the slingshot, you hit the let's bounce. Very difficult for Proker to navigate these fights, even on something as slippery as the Akali, who, by the way, this time around, gone for fleet footwork, while Reativo on the Zac maybe wishes he had some move speed of his own.
Petrus and Pyok looking for the invade, but they are potentially going to get caught out. Blizz looking for the collapse already, and Pyok is in all sorts of trouble, finding his way towards the Dragon Wall, looking for a potential flash to the safety of the Gragas. Going to have to burn such a key summoner for such a small invade.
Yeah, on the plus side, they did get some vision onto the Zac, and that allowed the aggressive posturing from Wondro, but it's Ornn versus Maokai. It's not even Spellbook Ornn, by the way, it's tank v tank, so he's gone for Grasp. And that does mean that there's no kill pressure from the Ignite as soon as 6 minutes into the game when you get that first shard. There's nothing Wondro can really do with this. And actually, speaking of the Grasp versus Grasp matchup, it's not Grasp versus Grasp, because Ornn has gone for it. It's Aftershock on the Maokai, which means no kill pressure at all from either side, and team fight focus from Frozen this time around. No trading at all, and that means Wondro has full dominion over the top lane.
Still waiting to see someone making these early game plays, try and take a bit of an advantage. Both of the teams feel happy to just play things steadily. Remember, this is such a crucial game for Electronic Generation, knowing that if they win this one, they are almost definitely going to find themselves in a tiebreaker unless Raccoon do something dramatic. Meanwhile, speaking of dramatic, it's going to be worse. Trying to get the kill, looking for first blood. He gets it just before getting belly bopped by the Gragas, who gets a kill in return.
Huge amount of burst coming through from the piercing arrow and the Braum passive. The concussive blows come through, they ring true, they find Piok, and they knock down the Kalista before she has a chance to respond. Good gank from Lylane, but good response and read from the bot lane of Electronic Generation, establishing themselves as the lane to watch this game. It also helps that the other side of the map is just tank v tank while the mid lane is farm.
Worst was the one there who realized what was going on, realized that his life was pretty much already forfeit, and found a way to still get all of that extra first blood gold regardless.
I do like the fact he's gone for the lethal on-hit Varus this time around. Of course, lethality would have been nice to blow up someone with LeBlanc, but when you have a huge front line buying you so much space to maneuver, allowing you to step forward and just burst someone down with your auto attacks over time, really, really beautiful itemization there, really beautiful choices. And also of note is that while Kalista can rival the Varus in the early game for damage pound for pound, her range is very similar to his, and both these champions do suffer from being, you know, just comparatively short range when you look at their counterparts. And that means that if either of them move into auto attack, the other one is going to auto right back, and on hit Varus, there's significantly more damage come the later stages of the game.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, as you said earlier on, Ibris, they are just farming it up, and so far Akali doing a better job of that than the LeBlanc. Just going to complete the first recall now. They will both be interested in the fact that it is an Infernal Dragon, first of all, to boost up those damage numbers coming out of the Assassin AP. Meanwhile, Teleport being propped in the mid lane by Proka. He's going to come straight back in, trying to keep that big CS lead up.
Man, that should never be the case when you're packing Ignite on the LeBlanc as well. Just absolutely unjustifiable that Proka, without having to commit the TP, had the lead there, considering the junglers did not apply any sort of pressure at all. I said the brawl means you have a winning bot side 3v3, and here's the 3v3.
This is Zach coming in, but there's going to be a response coming from Gragas. The question is, will be in time to save Piok, who gets rooted down, stunned by the Braum, and it's going to be yet more damage being rained down upon the set, using the Haymaker for the giant shield, and with the chilling smite, almost going to be the death for Slayer. Instead, he survives just by a fraction.
EGN could have greeted for more, but they were lucky to get the Kalista kill. Pretty happy with that at the end of the day, because if you shut down this champion early, she will not do anything later on. Proka scaling up on the Akali. Proka doing his best to get to a point of relevancy, but Blizz already trading back in turn. Blizz already doing his thing. Blizz actually losing his flash there, though, in a 1v1 against an Akali. Never a good look, especially with Lylane on the side.
He's coming in, hasn't got level 6 available just yet, so Gragas not going to be able to throw the explosive cask out. Meanwhile, we do see Merc Treads were the option for Proka in the early game, definitely helping negate a lot of that Akali damage while picking up alongside to just help with his autos.
I mean, Wanderer was also roaming down for the Call of the Forge God, so good choice by Blizz there to back off. Merc Treads makes a lot of sense when you consider Maokai CC machine plus magic damage. Zac, very much the same in that regard. Braum to an extent as well. While LeBlanc is just magic damage all the way down, plus on-hit Varus. Again, pretty magic damage centric, and that's why I think that if CG itemized appropriately, EGN may be in a little bit of trouble come the later stages, should they not close with the lead they currently maintain.
Zach just hovering around on the bottom half of the map. The summoner spells are just about to come back up for Piok. He has got the heal already. Flash will be here in just a few seconds' time. The question is, will he need it? Reativo still waiting around, still looking for that massive old jump. The stretching strikes will be available just after an elastic slingshot comes in. So even if you miss out with the jump knock-up, you can still get that pullback knock-up coming out of the big arms.
Yeah, Zach pretty good at forcing these engages. Actually, Reativo unseen in his venture into the bottom lane, but because they know for a fact that he's not topside, it opens up for a quick Rift Herald solo. No rotation from either team here.
Just gonna be a trade.
Good trade for the Drake, to be honest. Infernal does mean that EGN's carries do scale up pretty nicely, and of course, any amount of AP you give for LeBlanc, she'll repay back tenfold when it comes to just being able to more reliably roll people later on.
Definitely going to be the LeBlanc who's the happiest from that trade. The question is, will Gragas look to use that Rift Herald as we see? The perfect execution. Actually, wasn't the perfect execution. That was just the pure old somersault coming out of Proka. Still had the ultimate available as well, putting down the Shroud, taking minimal damage. Good plays coming out of the Akali so far. Seems to be outplaying Blizzard every step so far with that 10 CS lead.
Yeah, EGN in a pretty good position themselves besides that mid lane, as Proka still continues to apply the pressure. He got a CS lead, he got a good skirmish off, but Riativo's here to salvage his mid.
That's going to be the vine coming through. The root is going to connect. Proka in all sorts of trouble. Has got the Shroud, looking for a kill on the return. Goes straight on Blizz, but not going to get it. Proka dies to the Zac, and on the single-digit HP, Blizz walks away.
Really good attempt at pulling that back from Proka there, but it's not enough to salvage the play. EGN, they fight for it, and granted it did take a little bit of a struggle to get back on the board. End of the day, pretty damn happy to walk away with the thing that they did.
And let's remember that Electronic Generation are the ones who really need to win this game. They've got to put themselves in a position to have a possible playoff game in a tiebreak situation up against Intrepid Fox at the end of the day. That position could be taken out of their hands if Intrepid Fox were to beat Raccoon. But as things are going at the minute, Electronic are looking good value for their money. Here comes the Zac one more time. The Twisted Advance is going to root the Ornn in place. He finds the Call of Forge God. The double knockup is turned into a double knockup. One goes staying alive, flashing away. Here comes the Haymaker, the flash forward set, looking for the showstopper. He's going to find the Blobthorn. Flubber is not long for the Rift.
I said time and time again that Wondro is the primary carry of CG. This is the Wondro show. He outlasts, he outlives, he buys time for the rest of CG to collapse. And the top laner limps away, but he limps away with his life and then TP's down for the bot lane for good measure. Beautiful play from CG. Something we hadn't quite seen from them in the earlier stages. It might be too little too late, but they could still play spoiler to Electronic Generation.
Wondro and Frozen both survived. Crucially, Wondro, as you said, TPing down to the bot lane, meaning that only 2 turret plates were picked up in comparison to the 5 turret plates here in the top lane that have all gone into Pyok's pocket.
This Kalista does like 10 damage per auto attack to the turret. Feels kind of bad, man, but yeah, I get it, honestly.
I mean, there's only a recurve bow there, not even a Bilgewater Cutlass, so unsurprising that Pyok's not doing the damage just yet. However, going to complete the recall with so much gold in pocket that the Bilgewater is just straight out bought.
Yeah, Pyok in an okay position, not the greatest, but certainly not the most terrible. I'm trying to avoid saying the worst, because of course worst is in the game. Yeah, honestly, the big topside skirmish did give him a lot, and the resulting play off of that not only got Wondro on the board, but it got the rest of the team in a good position too. Speaking of good positions on Wondro, this is not one.
No, Wondro gets completely caught. The question is the turnaround going to come through? Pitrus looking for a potential ultimate, but it isn't going to happen as he gets zoned away, having to use the Haymaker purely for the shield. Gragas waiting in the wings, looking for a potential gank, but so is Zac. We could have a 3 versus 3 brewing as the Fate's Call is issued. The knockup is there. Massive Ren damage coming through. Worst flashes away. Teleport is going to come through as this is Frozen joining the fight with a twisted advance. He catches off. EGN's Slayer is going to take down Pyok, and Frozen's going to kill off Petrus 2-0 as Proka gets
on the side.
He's joined the fight, but he might regret it now. The massive cast comes in from the Gragas, knocking Slayer into turret range, but he goes golden, keeping himself alive. The same cannot be said for Lian. He's dead, and so will Proka be if he stays for much longer. He's got low health targets in front of him. Will he greed for a potential kill? Will we see a 4th kill going over to Electronic?
He's got the second part of the perfect execution, but he can't press it there. Too many blinking health bars, but they are on some tanky as hell members, and he can't find the cleanup. Really beautiful aggressive play coming through from Pyok there to try and salvage that. Worst, almost dropping to the Kalista, going crazy in the backline, but no real case to be made for Cyber Gaming there. They overcommit, they get collapsed on, and they get punished accordingly. Now 3-1-2 on Worst. Pretty bad position for Cyber Gaming to be in pre-15 minutes when the on-hit Varus, is just going to become a monster. I swear to God, this is the first on-hit Varus we've seen all tournament, and it keeps throwing me for a loop.
I've seen 3 Varus in 3 games that I've cast today. This is the second one that's been on hit, and both times the on hit has looked considerably more of a threat than the lethality. So take from that what you will. Second dragon of the game is just spawning. This time it's going to be Electronic Generation who have got themselves the nice straight path towards it.
Yep, Electronic Generation with the onus on the rotation here. Very, very difficult to check into Braum Zag. Insane amounts of disengage, to say nothing of the massive carry that they're currently protecting. Worst free casting here in the backline as well. Blade completed for him. Not necessarily the most gorgeous of plays, but careful, calculated, good execution to further pressure your lead. And Electronic Generation looking to line CG up and knock them down for the second time of this group stage during the EU Masters play-ins.
Still 4 levels before we get to see it, but of course those extra Ornn upgrades will come in at some point, and Might of the Rune King will be massive for the Kalista if she can get online.
Yeah, maybe that will justify putting your best player on a tank and letting the rest of the map fall around him.
I think your voice says that maybe you doubt it somehow, as we see Blizz putting down huge damage onto Pitrus, who gets rooted twice in quick succession.
Yeah, Reativo just baiting with the slingshot saying, look, step forward, I dare you, and that means Piotr can't be in a position to clear the wave. Unfortunately, no real dive conversion right now because they have one hell of a lot of health, but not all that much in the armor department, so I think just playing it safe, pressuring out CG. And again, we said it before, not necessarily the most beautiful of League of Legends being played, but careful, considerate, and just, you know, further accentuating the lead they had. Not a massive snowball, but incremental, little by little.
It's interesting to me, Ibris, because we've only got this 1,000 gold lead that's been surmounted by Electronic. However, it feels like CG are playing as if it's much, much more, playing so safe, not wanting to contest anything. Yes, there's that massive Varus that's just looking like it might, you know, completely pop anybody who comes near, but even so, they're giving so much respect to Electronic. This is why they were able to pick up a free dragon. Now they've got the Herald as well, and even more gold is going to be coming into their pockets as we see the Elastic Slingshot once again being charged up. Not quite lock up, but the stretching strikes gets the double. Here comes the Showstopper pulling Reativo underneath the turret. Does have the blobs available as Worst gets the kill onto Gragas. Now it's Pitrus who's in all sorts of trouble. One more piercing arrow could do it, but it's going to be Slayer zoning off, buying time for Reativo to come back from blob form. It's going to be a 1-0 for Electronic in the mid lane.
Even rotating Frozen down for good measure there did mean that EGN had the onus on that. They had the advantage. Akali was resetting, Proka was in the base, had no TP to fish for the flank either, and now watch this gold lead grow. CG were hanging on, CG were super relevant because of that initial topside turret dive that really secured their lead. First Tower Blood, all of that good stuff, but now EGN back on the board. Again, just tiny increments added on again and again and again. It's not a quick snowball, it's not a fast snowball, it's not a boom explosive game, but it's a slow victory and it's a slow bleed out for CG unless they turn around their fortunes, and you have to look towards Proka on the Akali to be the driving force behind that.
But so far, the 0-1-0 scoreline on that Akali certainly doesn't give a massive amount of hope into Cyber right now. Tell you what, every time that I look towards the scoreboard and I see EG up on the top, I just get flashbacks towards my favourite team of all time.
Evil Geniuses versus Clutch Gaming, you say?
Absolutely. It's well, Evil Genius is where it all started for me back in the days of CLG EU, watching them play, and I think it was Zubu Frost that they had an absolute titanic game against.
That was Champions Summer 2012, and that was when Froggen played Diana by mistake, and then he almost carried because they left it open by mistake, and then they're like, okay, we actually need to pick it, and he hadn't practiced it. And speaking of not practicing, that Ornn ult probably pretty indicative of the fact that Wondro mostly plays carries, including Vladimir.
Yeah, it was not the best of Call of the Forge gods. And yeah, like I said, that for me is where my love of the game started. Someone sent me a link to a YouTube clip of one of Evil Genius's games, and I just couldn't get enough of that game. I started playing a Moo and Cho'Gath on the back of watching Snoopy and Crepo. How about you? Where did it all start for you, Ibris?
Season 2 as well, actually. Lulu Patch was when I first started. I started playing Anivia because she looked like Articuno, one of my favorite Pokemon. I'm sure that's not like an uncommon thing for a couple of people. I watched Curse EU play when Maluno was known for his jungle Alistair, and that's like a very oddly specific. I think that was for like one tournament back in the old days, and yeah, that was my first experience with competitive LoL. And then I watched Odd One stream in the days leading up to the World Championship. And then everyone was like, pick who you think will win the World Championship. And I was like, this team, Taipei Assassins, because they have a sick logo. And,
that's a hell of a shout right there.
I had no idea what was going to happen there. And I was like, yeah. But But then, yeah, I was also a huge fan of CLG EU, especially leading into Season 3. Always used to actually follow NA just a little bit more than EU back in the day. Of course, that has flip-flopped nowadays, but I'm still a CLG fan at heart. And yeah, I do credit them with a lot of League of Legends and League of Legends streaming in particular. Early success. But speaking of early success, the early games.
Yeah. Let's go from the past and look towards the future, because here at EU Masters and here at the Play-ins, we're looking at players who maybe haven't got as much competitive history on the professional stage and maybe the LEC, but they are very much the players of tomorrow. People who names you are going to certainly see being synonymous with places like the LEC. Quite possibly. I'm going to go out and say that
maybe great heart, but
players that we're watching here in the play-ins will go on to play in the LEC. That's my bold prediction now.
I thought you meant in this game.
No, not specifically in this game.
That's not. Yeah, okay.
It could happen from this game,
yes.
but it wasn't what I meant. But But, you know, that's what we're looking towards here. Some of these stars of the future. Right now, we're focused on looking at electronic gaming and electronic generation, and whether or not they are able to find their way into the knockout stage here of the play-ins. And they're looking good for it right now. 2,000 gold lead. They just picked up that second dragon. And like you say, they are bleeding out cyber gaming.
Yeah, cyber gaming, it's the slow burn. But as you mentioned yourself, the Orn passive gonna put up a little bit onto, well, salvaging a bit of a gold lead come later on. About 6k value from that level 18. It's not that awful. It's not that great either though. And I think that if cyber gaming are gonna make the comeback, it'll have to be through a little bit of chaos, a little bit of skirmishes. Break open a fight while running interference with Drag Assault, with Orn ult, and let Akali do her thing. Let her find picks just at random. Bonus points if they're onto Blizz, if they're onto Worst, but good luck getting through that big beefy front line. And yeah, strict 5v5s, maybe not the way forward from here on out for cyber gaming, but if they can take fights on their own terms, power to them. This looks like to be a fight on EGN's terms, though.
Certainly is, and immediately the respect played by Cyber Game. They managed to find Reativo as they look to try and pull him back. Good damage coming out of the Haymaker. That's the flash away from the jungler. He loses passive. The blob form is still alive, but for how much longer? Frozen trying to get to safety. Piok will make sure that he gets the first kill of this fight as the showstopper goes down onto Frozen. Slayer now is the one trying to block off the worst as much as possible, but the massive face into Haymaker, into Karagas cast is going to mean they'll call the Forge God is summoned, and Piok finds the shutdown onto Worst. This is gonna be Frozen with Ren stacks for days. Double kill for Piok. He's now 4-3-1. Cyber just turned the game on its head.
And I said Cyber needed the Akali to do her thing. That time around, though, her thing was hold the LeBlanc out of the fight. CG take the 4v4. They win the 4v4. And Pitrus, with the set support, comes up huge. Kalista shreds this Baron, CG shred this Baron, and Proka running interference, standing on a ward for good measure, but why the hell not? You can do this, CG.
Proka's got to be careful here. Does have a blast cone to try and get to safety, but doesn't want safety. Just wants to see this Baron secured. There is a control ward in the pit. Reativo has respawned and can get in there. Blizz goes in, doing massive damage to Pitrus, who uses the Haymaker just to stay alive, but is burning down to the Ignite. Teleport comes in as Reativo gets delivered into the pit. Does not manage to steal it away from the rend of the Kalista, but does manage to get a kill onto the Gragas. Here comes the Nature's Grasp. Wondro trying to get to safety, but immediately caught out by Worst. Wondro is going to give up his life to try and save the Baron buff of everybody else. It's going to be 3 Barons at the end of the day going over to Cyber.
Piok feeling a little bit feisty there. He saw Slayer, he wanted to turn for it, he delays his recall, and that should cost him the mid lane tier 2. Not necessarily hugely worth it at the end of the day, but when you have a Baron in your pocket, when you have that Nashor under your belt, you are more than happy to walk away with any sort of trade, short of losing your Nexus. And Cyber Gaming back in this one.
What a game we have got brewing now. It seemed like it was just going to be Cyber bleeding out across the rift, but now the gold lead is only 1,000 as we see Proka looking for his prey. Blizz has so little mana remaining, uses that. Oracles is trying to work out the best way to dash forward, to dash back, but Proka's found the target. Flash away now from Blizz as he tries to get to safety. Proka flashes forward, picks up his first kill of the game.
No Akali ultimate available right there, so had to commit the flash, traded 1-for-1 on that. Blizz, unfortunately, out of mana, could not even think about turning that, but Proka now online. Not necessarily the most threatening of Akalis, but certainly not the cannon minion that he was 10 minutes ago. And now, Cyber Gaming, an Ornn upgrade for good measure. Might of the Ruined King now coming through onto Piok. It's not looking that bad for them, but someone that is looking bad for is EGN, and their chances of getting that tiebreaker for Seed 2 if this game continues at the breakneck pace it's currently going at.
Fourth dragon of the game spawning in about 20 seconds time. We will see Cyber having control of the river. However, they are wasting so much of their Baron empowered time just to secure this second dragon for themselves and to deny Soul Point away from EGN.
EGN now on the back foot.
Oh, Proka has teleport available, looking to try and get in. Goes back just to get the home guard proc, but it's going to buy a bit of time for Ria Tivo to start this fight. And now Proka is nowhere near the fight as it starts. Here goes Zach, bouncing around with the less bounce. Frozen going to kill off Pitrus, who was so big in the last fight. And he does manage to take down another. Worst is going to die to the set. Slayer flashing away to safety. Frozen being delivered on top of Proka, trying to do what he can. It's Proka chasing down Slayer in the backline as the fight continues around the dragon. Frozen is so low. He gets belly bopped by Lien. It's going to be all sorts of damage all across the map. We have to follow everything. Proka still chasing Slayer, but in the meantime, it's the other AP assassin who fills off the Gragas. Zach is going to die to the Callista. This is madness. This is the rift. That's going to be the shutdown as Callista finally dies. Wondro left running for his life. Here comes the Akali. It's not over just yet. Still looking for Blizz. Maybe looking for Frozen over the wall. The Maokai getting some health back with that sap and is going to be able to survive eventually. What a frantic fight. And one of the unsung heroes of it, Slayer, who bought so much time as Proka chased him down.
Yeah, Proka overcommits for the Braum means that one less carry in that fight. And guess what? The Ornn Gragas support set composition has no damage when the Callista isn't in a position to auto, isn't in a position to Ren, isn't in a position to pop off. And EGN, they play it out well enough that now that Baron doesn't even matter, that CG hiccup doesn't even matter, and this Drake should be theirs for the taking, but CG say, no free Drake for you.
LeBlanc does manage to secure it. It's going to be a tight one. It was the absence of Smite there meant there was a little bit of bravery from CG as they stepped forward trying to steal this one away, but it is the third dragon secured by EGN. On the back of winning that fight, they're back up to a 1,500 gold lead, but this game is nowhere near over.
This game is incredibly close right now. CG still in this, even if Dragon Soul secured for EG. It's only Cloud Soul, no huge impactful ultimates, but the LeBlanc getting a second rotation in these team fights is going to be pretty crucial. Proka needs to show up. Proka needs to do something right now if CG are going to hold on to this one, because Callista, not a late game carry by any means, not a late game champion. And I mentioned Callista Varus, very short range relative to other AD carries. You punish them by just blowing them up, and guess who blows them up magnificently? These assassin mid laners, and Blizz looking far more comfortable as champion than Proka is right now.
And his target selection as well. Watching the Akali chasing down what seemed like a sure kill in Slayer and taking forever to do it, unfortunately, was a big part of the reason why the last fight went so badly for CG, as we see the elastic slingshot immediately on the top of the Callista, who just gets absolutely obliterated. Blizz now on a killing spree at 4, 1 and 2. The Haymaker comes through from set just to keep him alive.
Yeah, really back and forth game here. CG just on the back foot. EG trying for the not engage, just zoning people off with LeBlanc, wait for the Zac cooldown to be up, and then bam, right into the backline. Nature's Grasp coming out, and here's the fight.
Nature's Grasp comes through. That's going to be the go button, as we see right now. Electronic Generation want to make this game theirs right now. They secure the kill onto the set. They look towards the inhibitor. They're almost certainly going to get this one as yet another elastic slingshot goes in deep. Zach has been having a phenomenal game. You called out Ria Tivo earlier on, saying this guy is a master of the champion, and he's really been proving it. Now, all of a sudden, Nexus turrets are under threat. Still missing their mid laner. Proka is going to be missing in action for some time.
Forge God?
That's going to be a big old call to the Forge God, but where is the damage? It's going to be EG getting themselves 2 quick kills, and with the Callista dead, this could easily be the game. LeBlanc gets a third, and now this is danger for Cyber Gaming.
EGN, eyes on the ace, eyes on the Nexus, and eyes on that seed number 2 tiebreaker here. It looked shaky at times. It looked like CG could get their first win of the EU Masters Spring 2020 play-ins, but they didn't. They fall to EGN, Portugal's number 1 seed, establishing their dominance here as they look to cruise towards the knockout bracket.
EGN take the win, crushing Cybergaming's dreams of that one win. The question is what will happen now between Intrepid Fox and Raccoon. We will find out fairly shortly whether or not Fox were able to eat up the Raccoon and secure themselves that second slot. What an incredible game that was, and what an acceleration at the end from EGN.
I mean, I like this group already because you have the Fox versus the Raccoon, plus EGN have like a bee for their logo, I think. So it's
all the animals all the time.
Yeah. Cybergaming on the back foot from the get-go for not being animal related. The future is now, unfortunately, not for Cybergaming, as they are. I mean, they were confirmed to be out of the tournament entering this game, but they put up one hell of a fight. That Baron turnaround, magnificent, but unfortunately not enough.
Great game. As always, a pleasure to work with you there, Ibris. We are going to a small break, but we have still got yet more action to bring you from the EU Masters play-ins after this short break. Thank you for joining us for this 6th game of our EU Masters play-in stream. My name is Stanley Greyheart Barker. I am joined by Dina Dino Byans.
Yeah, and it's heating up. I mean, these last games are really going to the nail, and they're also deciding a lot for every group. We have Raccoon here trying to keep that first seed alive. Not only that first seed, but that unblemished, undefeated record that they've been nourishing this entire play-in stage. And then we have IFG looking to dethrone the first seed to take a win off them so they keep their chances alive. So it's going to be a very interesting game.
So basically, it's quite an interesting lineup here. Raccoon, I believe, are, as you say, 5-0, having already qualified as first place in this group. So not quite so much on the line for them, apart from the undefeated record. Intrepid Fox, however, they are 3-2. They have just watched in our last game, Electronic Generation go down. Win against Cyber Gaming to go 3-3. That means Intrepid Fox can do what no one else has done so far and beat Raccoon. They go through 4-2. However, if they lose, we have a tiebreak between them and EGN.
Yeah, and it's up to Raccoon to actually attack the map and make sure that they're not losing out on what they have done so well up until now. When we looked at this group, it was really a hard group to call, but I don't think anyone saw Raccoon topping it off 5-0. And if they go for that 6-0, I mean, would just be an insane run for them. So I'm really looking forward to see how they're going to do this. And yeah, it's up to IFG to actually make some moves in the early game, maybe get ahead.
Okay, well, we're going to bring you to that champ select just as quickly as we can right now. We've just come off the back of what was a really, really interesting game. Cyber Gaming went close to taking the game off of Electronic Generation, which could have changed the entire setup of this group. It could have meant that Intrepid Fox were already through in the end. However, Electronic, they managed to find their way out of trouble, picking up the big W. Coming into this next pick and ban, we've got to expect Raccoon to be coming in with all sorts of confidence. The question is, will it be the sort of overconfidence that we saw in, let's say, I don't know, maybe G2 recently, where they played around with the picks a little bit too much and dropped games?
I really hope it isn't like that. I really hope they put Pascali on a winning top matchup. It's kind of hard because he plays two champs so well that they end up first picking it a lot. I'm talking about Aatrox, I'm talking about his set. But once he is unlocked in that top lane, he just does so much for that team. Maybe his scoreline doesn't always tell you this, but just the pressure that he puts out on the map for the enemy team makes it so that Raccoon is really, and we see the set locked in here, it makes it so that Raccoon is really unlocked to make moves.
Okay, well, we are going to have those three bands that are relevant. The Karthus, the Cassiopeia, Pantheon, LeBlanc, and Talia all taken away as the Renton is picked up as a response.
Yeah, and I want to see them go for a very strong jungler as well, but they're picking up that Thresh, making sure that they have safety in that bot lane, have that Lantern available for the AD carry when Seth dives the back line. Now we're looking at that jungler for Ploxy. He has some great numbers on Echo. I would really love to see his Echo in action. But in general, in his early proactive junglers, he really puts up some great work for his solo laners in Cole, in Pascali to get that early lead. So we'll see what he locks in here.
For those of you who were watching the last game, you will know how much possibility there is for a set flex as well. Before that Elise got locked in, it could have gone into the jungle. It could still be there for S1D on support. Seems unlikely, but worth saying considering that we got that coming out of Electronic Generation in the last game. Ziggs is going to be the next lock-in. That very much so is a flex pick.
Yeah, it's still a flex pick, but I think Cole is 6 is I've seen it in day one. He steals your soul away from the dragon, so I think they're just gonna put him on that. He's up against Punisher, so he needs some safety because we all know that Punisher likes to go hard in lane, likes to fight for every advantage he can get, and definitely in this game he's gonna go for it.
It is in the name, Punisher by name, Punisher by nature. The Silas is going to be the next lock-in. Again, could be going towards the jungle, could very easily be Punisher's champ in the mid lane.
Yeah, that's a very interesting pick there. I've seen it jungle today, and I've always slept on it a little bit because there were some nerfs directed at Silas jungle when he just came out because he was a little bit too strong there. But by now, junglers have figured out how to clear with him again. A lot of jungle changes have come through, trying to widen that pull up, and he's back at it again. And he's definitely good in this setup because he can steal that Ziggs, but he can also steal that Settled, and Settled is such a good engage tool. So I really like the pick, and let's see how they follow it up with their bans.
Interestingly, Intrepid Fox pretty much saying we don't think that set is going into support, banning away the Nautilus. And in response, Raccoon say, well, we don't think that Silas is going in the jungle, as they ban the Gragas.
Yeah, I really like what they're doing. And then the Aatrox ban is actually going back on your point and just making sure that even if they flex the set, that our Pascali in the top lane doesn't get to play his Aatrox. So that's actually a very interesting ban rotation, banning out one support, but also going for that top laner to just make that set flex a little bit harder. And they rounded out on the side of Raccoon with one controlling jungler in Sejuani.
Okay, another 2 junglers taken out of Appen's pool, not going to have them, all the couples available to him. One thing that could be happening here is the potential trying to shift this Silas into the jungle, trying to ban out as many champions for Appen to make life as tough as possible. But in the end, the Rek'Sai is locked in, and that's certainly something that Appen's going to have comfort on.
Yeah, they hovered Draven there for a while, so if they would have locked that in, that Silas Flex was still alive, but they're fine with showing their cards. They want to actually give Gagai a counter pick on that AD carry. Raresh plays Imif, plays Varus and plays Aphelios. Both are still open. And he's going to go for that Varus. Most of the time, it's not the Varus that we see lately, where they just go full on that early game damage with the poke, with his arrows. He goes for that on-hit build. He's a late game style AD carry. We'll see what S1D pairs it with. He likes engage supports. I would look towards maybe a Leona here, maybe a Braum, because Nautilus is banned, but we'll see. I've seen his spike. His Blitzcrank might be awesome.
Blitzcrank is the lock-in. This is the 4th game of E-Masters play-ins I've got to cast today, and this is the 4th game of Varus that I've seen so far. 2 on-hit Varus, 1 lethality. Let's see if it evens out or if on-hit continues to lead the way. One last pick to come through. We are looking to see what we are going to be getting as our ADC. Is it going to be something unusual, something out of the box? The answer comes in the next few seconds. It's Ezreal. I'll tell you what, that is out of the box, because I wasn't expecting that even a little bit.
No, and I think it's actually it's a very fine pick to be safe up against that Blitzcrank. I think that Blitzcrank actually forced him maybe a bit more towards a safe option, even though you have that Thresh. The hook just takes you so far out that it's hard for Thresh to lantern you back into safety. So with that Ezreal, you can just buffer your essence shift in there, make sure that even if you get hit by the hook, you're still safe. And it's all up to Intrepid Fox. If you look at their draft, they actually scale quite nicely. They have early game strength, they have late game strength, and if they win this game, they make sure they go out of group second. So it's really up to them to make the moves. And I like the draft from Raccoon against that team, because they have such fun pick potential that I want to see how they play out the map actually.
Raccoon certainly have set themselves up for the sort of spice that we have come to expect of them. Some real top performances coming out of all of these players. This is why they are currently, I believe, the only team unbeaten coming out of the group stage of the play-ins. They'll look to continue that. Speaking of looking to continue momentum, Intrepid Fox, not only do they want to continue the momentum of the wins that they've picked up today, but also they want to make sure that they are not dropping into a tiebreak up against Electronic Generation. The Portuguese team did well to secure the 3-all at the end of today's play. That could, however, still be beaten if Intrepid Fox take this win against Raccoon.
Yeah, and for this game, I'm looking towards Appen. I mean, you're playing Rek'Sai up against an Elise. Elise is known for those early game tower dives. You look at Pascali top, he might actually be able to 1v1 Delito into a situation where Elise can look for that gank. So it's up to Appen to not only defuse that gank in the top lane, but also get Punisher out of a hard lane. I mean, Ziggs is probably going to start shoving after a while. Punisher will be pushed back underneath his tower, and that opens up Appen to gank from behind. So all eyes on Appen, I think, in the early game. His moves are going to do so much for that solo laners that might actually get them the lead they need to close out this game.
If you can talk about early game and junglers, you've got to talk about Elise, though. Ploxy locking in the classic Yankos pick, certainly going to be looking to be involved in First Blood, much like the king himself.
Yeah, not only in First Blood, I mean, Elise is one of those picks where you set up so many tower dives, just using that rappel to get out of the aggro from the tower and make sure that you can juggle the aggro quite nice with your solo laners. you're not really looking at a tower dive mid because Six can't really juggle that much aggro. Can maybe take one shot, but you're looking at that hyper carry for Raccoon. You're looking at Pascali, and I've seen his set in action. It's pretty scary once it gets ahead.
Which of the champions that we can see before us, these 10 selected by the summoners to go into this game, draws your eye the most? Who are you looking for the flashiest plays from?
I mean, I've seen S1D's Pike, and if his Blitzcrank compares to Spiele auf Deutsch's Blitzcrank against Mad Lions for the Kenty Mad Lions game, I'm looking at him just to set up those picks for his team. I mean, if he hits one hook, it's followed up by an Elise stun. That person should always die in the mid to late game. So I'm really interested to see what they can do with this Blitzcrank.
Okay, slow, steady start. We are going to see the set spotted out on top of that ward, that early vision that has been put down. Rek'Sai are looking for the red buff start. It certainly appears so far. Appen just going to have a little wander over, see what's going down. But in the end, it's just going to be Pascali just going back up to the top side where he belongs.
Yeah, and it's very interesting to see the set into the Renekton matchup. It's a very volatile matchup. Renekton, as of late, has been rushing Blade of the Ruined King just because of the buffs that item got, but also because of the 1v1 potential he gets from it. So I'm really interested to see how the junglers can help this matchup, because that 2v2 can be very volatile and can spell a lot for the early game in what control they can gain over the map with those champs.
In terms of the vision so far, we can see that one ward that is by the Raptors, which Rek'Sai will be going over in just a moment, will almost definitely spot out the Rek'Sai. Meanwhile, there will be no vision on this Elise. So a little bit more of a guarded start coming in, as Raccoon will probably gain advantages in terms of vision early on.
Yeah, and we see Pascali already setting up for that push up top lane, trying to get that wave in a good spot, so maybe Elise can come and look for a cheeky tower dive. Tower diving in Renekton isn't easy though, so we'll see. He's getting the better hand of this trade as well, but Renekton is trying to shove out this wave, make sure that he has enough space to move about to not get actually stuck under his tower and dove when a wave crashes.
He's going to be the conqueror for both of the top lanes. So if we see those extended trades, we have to have a little look at how the health is getting redistributed to both of these champions. See Renton opting into the toy skin here. Certainly not going to be playing games today, though.
Yeah, and I like Appen's route here. He's going for a tree camp in his top side just to make sure that he's around for if Elise tries something in the early game. So he opts out of going for a 2 buff 1 camp start, and is actually maybe even trying to set up a gang there, which would be an interesting move to say the least.
Appen might be getting spotted out, however, by some vision that I believe that Pascali had put down. So this, actually, no, I stand corrected. Just going to recall safely up in the top lane. Appen not looking for the gank, but not spotted out either. Meanwhile, a lot of pressure is being put down in the bot lane, as we do see that Kagai and Forsaken are just consistently shoving in towards this Blitzcrank and Varus.
Yeah, and it all stems from that idea where they were kind of right with Elise starting at red, probably pathing towards that top side. Appen trying to cover for a counter gang there in that bush, using his base call to get an item to get in that bottom side jungle. So Elise hasn't really found any opportunities yet to make a play, and Gagai and Forsaken going for that bounce on the tower, so they have a pushing wave when Rek'Sai is near, are actually very good early game moves that you would normally look past if you're not really paying attention, but that just sets you up for success in some cases.
Nearly 4 minutes in, we are still awaiting first blood. Neither of these early game junglers able to make the earliest of early game plays. I'm sure that as we hit towards these level 6 spikes, towards the ultimate starting to come out, we are going to see some spicy old plays. Meanwhile, Elise just sneaking her way into the bot lane, looking for a cocoon.
Yeah, that wave is going to crash, so what happens then is once the minions go up to the tower, as long as Varus doesn't damage it too much, it's going to push out again, and Elise might actually get cocoon off here.
Ploxy waits out the death sentence. Forsaken eats the cocoon to the face. Fortunately for him, S1D was off on a warding mission at the time, so there was a tiny bit of extra safety. Forsaken does lose a lot of health on that trade, though.
Yeah, we see a trade down in top lane. These two bruisers really trying to outdo each other in that short exchange. It's kind of weird to see that Elise go for the cocoon there. I think he really wanted to make sure that Rarish doesn't go down there because Blitz was off warding. If Blitzcrank is actually there, that's such a beautiful setup for a hook. But in the end, nothing really gets burned, and we see Appen trying to go for a gank top.
Going to go over a ward. Flash already from Pascali trying to get away, but the stun is still going to land. And with no flash remaining, can Pascali get out of danger? Facebreaker is going to land the two together as the teleport comes in. Haymaker with the stun is good, but it's still going to be first blood coming in for Appen. Two teleports have been channeled already. Cole running for his life as Punisher has also joined the fight, dashing forward, looking for the catch onto Cole. Isn't going to quite connect onto it. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, we see Raresh having to flash away, dodging away from the hook, trying to put the damage down, but not before Guy can throw a mystic shot straight through his face. S1D is going to get the passive, keeping him alive, but he's lost his ADC.
We saw a lot of back and forth movement on the map, and then suddenly everything explodes everywhere for Raccoon. That flash from Pascale, I think he actually got a jump scare there with Rek'Sai on that ward because he didn't really flash anything there, and Renekton could just easily follow up with the slice and dice and then actually stun him. So most of the times in a gank, you really want to save your flash to actually flash at least a skill or some damage. The TP is being channeled actually put Cole in a really bad spot because you can't really cancel it anymore, but at least Punisher followed it up with his TP, so both TPs used, and then the bot lane just straight up loses the 2v2.
And this is Fox coming up big against Raccoon, which is exactly what they need. Remember, they are looking to win this game to make sure that the two teams that we are looking at right now are the two teams that go through to the knockout stage. Raccoon, on the other hand, they're looking to keep their undefeated streak intact.
Yeah, and also there's this mental aspect. If you're Intrepid Fox and you beat out Raccoon here, then you know that against the best team of your group, you actually stood a chance, and that's going to make you feel better about that knockout stage. But this is going to be a very spicy fight.
Yeah, Floxy in a lot of trouble here, immediately called out, using the repel to go to the skies, flashing away over the wall, trying to find the blast cone as the the Mega Inferno bomb will come through. Appen now is the one slightly called out. That's the real Mega Inferno bomb. The previous one had been stolen away by Punisher, looking for the kill onto Floxy. Neither of those kills will come through, but the dragon will be started up after a bit of a fiasco. It is going to be Fox who get themselves this first objective.
Yeah, Fox was just ahead of the play, and I like what I'm seeing from them in the early game. I told you that they really need to attack the map early, and we got to watch out for that mid-jungle 2v2. And then, yeah, we get the double Infernal Bomb trying to steal the kills at the end, or at least secure the kills, depending on who is watching. And it in the end, they just take the dragon, but they'll take it happily because this puts a timer on a game where they might actually get outscaled by the Ziggs. So this is very nice for Fox to pick up their early game leads and then actually use it to get that dragon. And now they should really look ahead and try to get that Rift Herald as well to put some more gold in their pocket.
There's only 1,000 gold, not even that lead for Fox, despite the couple of kills that we have seen come through. No turret plates yet to fall across the map. Still a lot of pressure being put down by Guy in the bot lane, but he's got to be very careful. He manages to arcane shift himself out of trouble, but not before a piercing arrow comes through. That piercing arrow brought to you by a serrated Dirk. So for the second time today, I'm seeing the lethality Varus.
Yeah, that lethality Varus, it's just so strong. 80 carries right now, they either scale on 3 items or you go lethality Varus and you only basically need 1 to have a big impact in early game fights. And because you're fighting for those dragons, for those early game Rift Heralds most of the time, it's a really useful build. We see Appen go towards his top side because even though Pascali, he's maybe gonna go down here.
He's going to use the showstopper, trying to get himself a bit of separation. Actually, the Facebreaker is going to pull the Renekton into turret range. The slice and the dice away, though, and Appen unable to get any further damage down onto the set, who survives the gank very, very handily. Has got Elise in company as well. So if the potential re-gank comes through, we could see a spicy, fiery 2v2.
Yeah, Elise is lurking in the shadows there. And what I was trying to say is Appen really needs to go topside because even though Pascali went down earlier, he's still keeping up in CS and it might actually go for the repeat gank here. But
this is the exact thing I was talking about. The re-gank turns into not 2v2 but 2v3 because Sid S1D is here. It's going to be a dash away from Delito, but not enough to get away from S1D, who picks up the kill for himself, securing a second in quick succession for Raccoon as they equalize the score in kills. They take the lead in gold. Punisher looking for Cole, who immediately blasts himself over to safety. Forsaken unable to land the hook.
Yeah, and S1D securing that kill at the end was maybe kind of sad because Cole was trying to get over there in range to throw his ulti. They're starting this Rift Herald in vision, so they might actually get caught out here. And I like the fact that they're fighting over everything, these two teams. They're really trying to make sure that they get their win out, that they get their win conditions figured out before they hit the mid game, because now they're actually giving over prio, but they're still going to fight for it because they're posturing.
This is really, really interesting. We have seen the Blitzcrank ult be stolen by the Silas. Now here goes Punisher stepping away as the fourth member of Raccoon approaches the fight. That's enough to see the Herald resetting. Meanwhile, Appen, he's still going into the Herald pit. He really, really wants this objective.
Yeah, and the thing is, they saw Arash on the bot lane. He doesn't really have TP, so they know that in the end they have the man advantage. And it was really nice for Raccoon to actually posture so hard to delay the play, but in the end they couldn't really pressure too much. At least Arash is getting a CS lead out of it, so that first kill going over to Ezreal won't matter that much. And he's hit his first lethality item, so he will be actually kind of strong, not only in controlling vision, but also in dishing out damage.
Umbral Glaive is completed, so like you say, the vision bonus will come through for Raccoon. Also, all of the extra lethality that comes in from the cheapest of those lethality items. Definitely nice for the Varus, but in comparison to the Sheen, the tier that Ezreal's already got, slight worries for Arash for his relevance in this game as it stands. A lot of pressure is going to be put on Cole's shoulders the later this game goes.
Yeah, and it's kind of alright, because if you look at his CS numbers he's putting up, he's doing fine in that matchup against Punisher.
All but fine.
He's not really giving anything up in that lane. You saw him defuse that gank beautifully with that satchel charge, and now he's actually pushing for third place, just making sure that wave stays pushed up so he can actually play back. And we see Raccoon trying to set something up in his bot lane, but they're going to get spotted out by that ward.
They're just going to clear out the vision and abort this potential mission. It's going to be Forgiven and Guy, who are completely safe. Talking about the Ziggs, of course, with all the execute damage potential onto the turrets. If we had seen that Herald going over to Raccoon, it almost certainly would have been first turret blood for them as well. However, as it was, Fox picked this one up and denied the Ziggs the turret plates for a little longer.
Yeah, and it's all about trying to unlock lanes now for the junglers. I mean, we see the top laners, they're willing to duke it out. We see bot lane, they're willing to duke it out. And it looks like Appen is just going to go for a repeat on Pascali.
This time Pascali does have the flash. Flashes away from potential stun. That's flash forward from Appen, looking for the knockup. Haymaker still available. In fact, it is not. It's going to be death of Set. The boss is dead. The Crocodile helps his jungler get this kill. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, it's going to be Thresh, who gets absolutely obliterated on the back of, I believe it was Chains of Corruption, into a grab from S1D. Now we've got the Varus starting to come online, as well as the Mega Inferno Bomb is going to stop the recall coming out of Gagai. So much pressure being put down. S1D looks for the grab. Plox is in the back line as well. He's not going to be able to get anything on this one because it's just Arash who takes away a second kill for himself. Meanwhile, Herald summoned in top. It's going to be a bit of a race for the turrets, easily won by Fox.
Yeah, and Fox just focusing down that top side. It's kind of sad for Pascal that he didn't really get his ulti off there, because that might have actually repositioned him. I think he was fishing for it, but he got knocked up by Appen. But then a really good response by Raccoon, just barreling down on that bot lane, but this TP is going to come through and they're fighting for Dragon.
Oh, just about secured by Plox. He does have his flash available, trying not to use it, but eventually will have to as he repels straight back down, and he holds his flash too long and dies to the Silas.
Yeah, that repel looked like an accidental double tap there, because he just went up and down instantly, and that's not what you want there. You want to buy time. You want to actually maybe give yourself a chance to flash out of it. So they're actually going to contest his red buff, but I love that S1D is there to actually protect the red buff of his jungler, or at least try to do something. At least a reset comes out. But he's gonna, in the end, give it away. It's a wise decision. You're 2v1, but he's still looking for a streaky hook here, maybe.
Nothing S1D was able to do about that one. He's just going to have to see this objective go over, just like he watched the Herald go over earlier. This second dragon was secured by Raccoon, so that does stop the potential timer you were talking about earlier on that Fox are looking towards, when they could get the soul, when they could get an Elder on the board. The game is sort of, even though there's lots of fights, it's slowed down a little bit now. It's only a 500 gold lead for Fox as both the teams embrace the mid game that's approaching.
Yeah, and it's maybe time for us to take a little step back, even though they're trying to fight everywhere over everything. When the dust settles, if you look at the gold score, if you look at the kill score, if you look at the dragon score, everything is equal. So these teams are really fighting on equal footing at the moment. We have a scaling Ziggs in the mid lane, you have a scaling Ezreal in the bot lane. So it's really going to come down to execution over these next few fights around maybe a dragon, maybe a baron. And let's take a look how they actually try to engage here in the bot lane.
Oh, look at the damage coming through onto a guy. The hook is going to land on a minion rather than a proper champion target. Already 4 turret plates have been gained by Raresh, who is now really putting the pressure down onto the Ezreal, who's fallen 27 CS behind, as well as that kill lead that the Varus now has.
Yeah, and I told you in the beginning, Raresh most of the time goes for that on-hit Varus, but there's 4 men coming for this bot lane now, so they actually have to be really careful here.
Forsaken is looking to make the play happen. Gets the lantern. It's going to be S1D throwing down his ultimate, trying to defend Raresh for as long as possible, but in the end it's Appen who gets that shutdown. S1D is trying to get to safety, but there's no safety to be had there. Set throws down the ultimate, and that's going to deal a kill over to Ploxy, as Forsaken is going to be the next to fall. Delito coming in. He's used his ultimate. He's got the dominance up, but he's not able to get onto any more targets. A messy fight. In the end, it's a turret and a kill going over to Raccoon, but they lose 2 in the process.
Yeah, I'm just loving the action. I mean, I think you'll need a break sometime soon, or you're gonna run out of breath. But this is insane to watch. What I was trying to iterate, but I'm not sure if I'm ever gonna get to finish this point because they're fighting so much. Is normally Raresh goes for that late game on-hit Varus build, but he's showing up big on this other Varus build, on the lethality Varus, doing so much damage there. I mean, you saw the ulti tick over for 3 stacks, and it just throws 1 Q over there, just piercing arrow, and the HP bar of Ezreal was gone. So it was so good to see that he actually mastered this way of playing Varus as well, and it opens up so much opportunities in those early game skirmishes where just 1 piercing arrow can actually seal a deal. We see Pascal going for the flank here.
He is looking to try and get onto Punisher. This is a really close fight. The Haymaker flashed away from by Punisher. That's going to be the Mega Inferno bomb being wasted as well. Flash was burnt, so Punisher does lose a summoner spell in that trade. Meanwhile, Delito's come to help defend this mid lane turret. Incredible how much damage is coming out of this Varus now. It's pretty close to completing what is likely to be a EUM2020 as well, and then there'll be even more insane damage as the hook is going to land almost blind there onto S1D, and just like that, Appen gets himself his 4th kill of the game. A stellar performance on the Rex side.
Yeah, this game isn't gonna slow down anytime soon. They're down to brawl it out, to see if Intrepid Fox still needs that tiebreaker, or if Raccoon can keep their unblemished record alive. I mean, Pascali going for that flank down. Okay, you can say Ziggs ult is down, but it has such a lower cooldown than that flash on Punisher, and actually looking to push Punisher out of mid lane as well. So Pascali might actually fight him.
Oh, Punisher's got to be so careful. He uses his little skip to get himself over to safety. Pascali's still looking for it. Gets the flash, gets the facebreaker, gets the showstopper in return. But Pascali's got the damage, manages to get the kill, even got the shield to start out and pick up some minions on the backside of that as well. Dominant performance coming in from the set, who is now 2-2-2.
Yeah, and who is stopping whose show over there? That was such a funny fight to watch, and I like Pascali just hunting him down. It's like, oh guys, leave him for me. He's low. I'll get him. They actually go under the tower, and he gets knocked even further back. But that was maybe a misposition slightly, if you want to really nitpick, because then he could just take 1 step back and actually drop the tower aggro. And for a lot of the time, Intrepid Fox is kind of the Punisher show, because we all know Punisher is an amazing mid laner. He's very aggressive in his playstyle, but he most of the time also uses that to carry the game. And to see on the other side, the other hyper carry for Raccoon, Pascali, that very aggressive top laner, see them actually duke it out on those champs is so much enjoyment just to watch. It's insane.
What is going to happen around our next objective? My guess would be yet another fight. The 3rd dragon of the game. This would be a 2nd for either team. It is, of course, the Ocean Dragons. We look towards the Ocean Soul. The catch here on towards the set is in all sorts of trouble with a facebreaker on to 4. He is going to die, but dealing so much damage, and the Mega Inferno bomb comes through first of all. S1D gets caught out by the hook, but Renton is going to die to the Elise, who is now 2-1-2. Rek'Sai still looking to try and get in. Remember the 4-1-2 scoreline on this jungler. He's looking to try and make a play, but just not able to find anything at the moment. It is going to be Raccoon taking away this dragon for themselves. They're looking to try and maybe get a steal. Forsaken looking to get vision. He misses the hook onto Raresh. Appen couldn't go over the wall. He looks for the steal. He doesn't get it. That one's going to go over to Raresh as Appen flashes himself out, trying to keep his bounty intact. Meanwhile, here comes the guy. He arcane shifts forward. He lands a mystic shot to the face. He's unable to find any execute damage. Silas gets himself back out to safety. In the end, it is the dragon picked up by Raccoon. A messy, messy fight.
Are you not entertained? What are we watching here? This is just a straight up brawl. This isn't a MOBA game anymore. We're just watching a brawl, or we're just tuning in for a fighting game of champions.
Project One when?
Yeah, this is insane. I mean, I don't even know what I'm doing here. I'm trying to colorcast this game, and I know when they're trying to go for objectives, but I think we need at least 2 play-by-plays to cover all this action. This is insane.
Dida, join me in the madness. I was born in the UK scene. I'm used to this sort of game.
Yeah, well, I've watched a lot of Belgian league, but this is a step above this. I mean, the fun part to me is that even though there's so much action, and even though we're now 20 minutes further in, if we take a look again at the gold leads, they're still equal. Kill score still equal. The only thing that's actually different, if you look up at the top scoreboard, is that you see 2 dragons down, and now we can also see the gold leads in general. Yeah.
There are 2 massive differences there. You've got Appen, who has a 2k gold lead over Ploxy in the jungle, going over to Fox. Raccoon have that massive advantage in the bottom half of the map. 1,500 gold lead for the Varus over the Ezreal. Meanwhile, Zig's getting caught, flashing himself away. The question is, can he survive? The answer is no. Our 17th kill of the game in the 20th minute. The Herald has been spawned for the 2nd time. Again, Appen able to pick this one up. Will drop it down in the mid lane as they try to clear this crucial objective to gain a little bit of control over the map.
And I think Intrepid Fox, amidst the chaos, is trying to figure out how they can actually approach this game. And oh my god, each other out. It's going to be a fight for that red buff. No, he just gets out with it. What I was trying to say, it's really good to attack that 6 because that's the main wave clear, and it's also influencing so many fights with just throwing his Mega Inferno Bomb from downtown. So it's actually really great to see them try to make picks onto 6 and then using that with the Rift Herald to make sure that the mid tower also goes down. And now it's up to Raccoon to not only take this punch in the face, but try to dish out more punches as they have been doing up until now.
I love hearing you say that about the Ziggs, Dino, because so often in games we look towards the scoreboard, we look at the fancy KDAs and say, oh, there's the carry player. But you're right, Ziggs has been outputting so much damage and will continue to do so. Will be one of the key carries coming forward for Raccoon. Despite having not picked up a kill for himself yet, you've got to imagine that's going to change soon. But it won't change if the focus of Intrepid Fox stays on top of Ziggy.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the timer. I'm seeing a fight happening in 2 minutes. I see next dragon spawns in 2 minutes and 10 seconds. They're gonna fight over this. If Raccoon actually secures that dragon, they set themselves up for an Ocean Soul. And for the amount of fights we've had, Ocean Soul is actually going to be so strong. If you can just disengage a little bit, and the healing coming through is gonna carry them through those fights.
And it'll make. Sorry, you go first.
Yeah, so I'm looking at Fox to actually go hard against them getting that dragon, because if they give this up, this might actually be a win condition to play around.
One of the things I look at with that Ocean Soul is just how strong it will make the potential siege of this composition as well. If Raresh and Cole start throwing down their respective Qs, the piercing arrows and the bombs dropping forward, it will be so difficult for Fox to deal with it if the regen's coming through for Raccoon as well. Meanwhile, Grab not quite going to connect, as we see that True Shot Barrage just floating straight through the middle of the rift. That is going to be turret picked up in the bot lane, answered by Set up on the top half of the map. 3-3 in turrets, 10-8 in kills over to Fox. A 2,500 gold lead has now been gained by the slightly more predatory animal.
Yeah, and I like your point about sieging, because this is something that we see in a normal game state when we watch games at this level, but sieging hasn't really been something I was thinking about, because they're just fighting everywhere in that jungle, in that river. But once you get to that siege, you see a kind of a lack of wave clear on the side of Intrepid Fox, so I think they're also actively making sure that it doesn't go to that stage. Just put Delito in those split pushing, in those side lanes split pushing, and make sure that you open up Appen on his rec side to just be all over the place and tunnel in from behind.
So interesting trade-off there. We saw again turret being traded for turret inner. turret in the top lane being picked up by the 3-strong squad of Raccoon, but the Crocodile was down on the bottom half of the map, making sure that he picked up one in response. The Dragon is just about to spawn. Silas is pushing up in the top lane, does have teleport available. S1D looking for a catch, but it's going to be set with the Showstopper, the Chains of Corruption landing. Ezreal gets shut down, and just like that, the Dragon may have been secured by Raccoon.
Yeah, if you look at the timer, we had that 2-minute fight timer, and you just see them go for the pick, and it's a bit bad for Gagai to be called out of place there, because you know that Dragon is gonna spawn, you know what Raccoon is gonna do. What I like is that everything we said about Raccoon from the start of this competition still holds true. We said in the very beginning on the disc, we said Raccoon wants to fight you. They don't want to go for the neutral objective, but they want to fight you over it. They're actually fine with you getting those as long as they get to fight you. And we see it now again, that neutral objectives are going to spawn. What does Raccoon do? They come, search for you, and they fight you.
And that's exactly what they did so brilliantly there. They still have got a bit of a gold deficit. However, they are now on soul point, and we've said just how crucial the Ocean Soul could be. Not only is it one of the strongest souls that you can get in the game. In fact, it's in the top 4 strongest souls, I'll have you know, Dida. But also, it will bring so much to this composition. Baron is the only objective still available in terms of neutral objectives on the Rift. Now we've got to see how these teams reset. It looks like Silas and Renton are just going to continue to be here in the bottom half of the map, perhaps looking for a pick onto set.
Oh, Pascali. I've seen him win 1v2. So I don't think this is the one who's going to win.
Dun, 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 dun. Here comes Punisher. Goes in with the Hextech Protobelt. Showstopper going to come through as Pascali tries to get to safety. His ultimate will be stolen in response. Haymaker coming through, dashed away from, and so much was committed by Fox to try and make this play, but they do not even gain the kill.
Oh, but is he going to find him in the boot? Okay, no.
No, he's not. Next question.
Pascali. He's just limit testing everywhere he goes. I mean, he might not win it, but he gets out, which is basically the same there, right? I mean, you get.
I think that's a win. I think you call that a win.
Yeah, you just get out. Maybe the play for Punisher was just to go over there and steal the ulti, so he has it for the next team fight. We don't know.
Oh, big brain.
Actually, been the movement there, but I like what I'm seeing. Raccoon was also pushing down the mid lane, and they were ready to back up their top laner and just go there. But Cole might, Punisher, this is so sneaky.
This is a big moment in the game because, as you said, the Showstopper is available, immediately crushing down on top of Cole, who tries to get himself to safety. He actually knocks 2 people away using the satchel charge, but Punisher still on the chase. The Crocodile still looking for Cole as well. In the end, it is Punisher with the solo kill getting this one. Raresh comes into a slightly dangerous place, but it's actually the 4 versus 2 on this collapsing squad. Whilst it's happening, the Baron has been started up by Gagai and the rest of his team. Pascali will, sorry, not Pascali, that was Punisher will fall, but now the teleport being channeled into the mid lane. That's going to give some company to Ploxes, try to get here to steal away the Baron, but it's just not going to happen. The Baron is already gone. What an incredible series of plays coming out of Fox.
And you hope that is the shot calling coming through there. That Punisher is saying, like, I can distract them for so long. I'll go on Cole here. We know Raccoon. They want to fight this. They want to come in. They see Pascal's TP go down bot, and instantly they snap it and they go for that Baron. It's a great sneak. You lose Punisher for it, but it's just worth it. That's something you can type in all chat there. Just hashtag worth. Go down with pride. And yeah, now Raccoon is kind of on the back foot.
It was even better than that from Punisher and Delito as well, though, because I don't know if you were out there on Twitch chat saw this yesterday, but one of the plays of the week came in from Cole with the Mega Inferno Bomb, stealing away the Dragon Soul with it. That did not happen here. Why? That's because the Ziggs was the target. They said, he's the guy who's going to steal away the Baron. We'll kill him. That's big brain right there.
Yeah, I did see it because I was casting that game, and I'm so happy I had Hiprain with me because he did that hype justice. I mean,
he always
just
does.
that Mega Inferno bomb stealing it away, and well, Cole is just setting up to do the same thing again. I mean, if he does it twice, then we know that he can just pull it out whenever he needs to, because right now Raccoon is actually trying to stem the tide, and the Dragon is gonna spawn in a minute, so they might actually have to fall back on Cole to try that miracle steal again to give them this Ocean Soul.
The Baron will be, the buff will be expiring round about the time that Dragon does spawn, about 25 seconds in it. We are going to see Delito continuing this push, already picking up 1 turret, but he can't go too deep because S1D is lurking, but another inner turret will fall. The final one that belonged to Raccoon's base is now lying in ruins.
Yeah, and I just want to reiterate that Punisher over there, I mean, it's hard to judge players on the value they bring to their team, but if you just see Punisher doing that play, I mean, it's in that moment that he decides, I'm just gonna take that ulti and camp in this bush. Someone is going to catch this wave. It's probably gonna be Ziggs with oh wait, we're gonna see an engage on Delito.
Speaking of catching things, it's Delito who might get deleted. Mega Inferno Bomb will come through the rappel up into the sky as Raresh secures himself the kill. He's now 6-3-1. The lethality barrels with so much damage, but look at what's happening in the mid lane. That's going to be a good guy managing to get himself out with the Arcane Shift. Chains of Corruption gonna fall short as Forsaken takes his ADC and gets out to safety. The Dragon's already been started up by Fox. They will take this one away, denying Raccoon that soul for at least another 5 minutes.
Oh no, Cole already used his Mega Inferno Bomb.
He's not going to be stealing anything this time. The Blitzhook actually almost takes it, but in the end, this one is secured by Fox. They now have a 4,000 gold lead. They've still got 10 seconds left of the Baron. I don't think they'll be able to do too much of that, but they've got a big advantage in this game. Ploxy having to be careful here as Appen looks for a potential Void Rush. Going to go just wide with the Prey Seeker though.
Oh, S1D almost finding that one, and Punisher's going in.
Punisher is going big or going home right now. Goes Golden, keeping himself alive. He's going to have damage coming out of this one as Rek'Sai picks up the kill onto Raresh. Makes it a double as he takes down Floxy as well. Silas gets one onto S1D, and just like that, a 3-4-0. There may be no Baron buff remaining for the Fox, but they still won all the fights. 25 kills in less than 30 minutes. Are you not entertained? Cole is going to be the 26th casualty of this violent war. Here's Punisher looking down towards the bot lane turret, despite the Baron buff having expired. It's going to be Inhibitor going over to Fox.
I think Punisher is ready to go to bed. He does not want this game to actually end up in them losing, and he does not want to play that tiebreaker. Intrepid Fox is just pushing down that gas pedal here and just saying like, okay, we're not gonna take the dragon, we're gonna take your life afterwards. And you saw Punisher go so low in that fight, but he just heals up with that Silas healing over there, just doing so much damage, dishing out so much AoE. They come up ahead, they take 2 inhibitors, and now they look in a prime position to secure that next Baron.
Intrepid Fox are looking good right now. They have already managed to maim the Raccoon. Now can they finish it off? They find themselves with a 7,000 gold lead. They've got so much gold in the pocket. Right now, they've just got to delete Raresh. If they do that, they win a fight pretty much instantly.
Yeah, and they have the backline access to do this. They have this Renekton that, okay, maybe his scoreline, he doesn't have a lot of kills up there, but he has CS, he has levels, he has great items to just go in, try to get that stun off on Raresh. And then if you have Appen 7-1-4 on this Rek'Sai going in from the flank, I mean, Raresh needs to be scared. He needs to watch out for that land shark because it's hunting him down and is going for that one shot upon him, and then once Raresh goes down, I mean, Cole can try, but I don't think he's going to carry the team fight alone.
Now we've got the 3-man push up in the top lane. Inhibitors down in mid and the bottom half of the map. So this is going to be a nice free and easy push for Fox as they wait on the reset of the Baron, which is coming in 45 seconds. Appen just deleted Cole. There is nothing more to say about that apart from that is an 8-1 and 4 Rek'Sai, absolutely the queen of the jungle in this particular encounter, has a 3-level advantage over Ploxy on the Elise. Now Appen looking towards the Nexus turrets, and this is just buying time for the rest of Fox to get towards that final inhibitor. They might not even pay any attention to that because Punisher and Appen, they're towards the Nexus turrets, but are they caught out? This is going to be zone away. S1D came across, wasn't able to get the hook, wasn't able to start the fight on Raccoon's terms, and yet again we see the push towards the top lane.
Yeah, Appen with that, just seeing Cole there, he knows he has his number, he knows he has the damage, and Raresh is taking so much damage in that trade.
Flash forward, here comes Delito, and he deletos Raresh, who might well be about to see his team's unbeaten record go up in smoke. S1D will die as well, and with both the bot laners dead for Raccoon, this could easily be Fox biting off the head of their prey. Here we go, one last fight potentially for Pascali to try and play hero on the set, trying to defend against these super minions that are coming in. The Mega Inferno Bomb used purely to try and clear out all the minions, doing a decent job of that as Ploxy goes gold and buying a little more time. There's still 20 seconds on Raresh to come back to life as more minions flood into the base. Punisher goes forward, does get caught out by the Haymaker, but goes gold and keeping himself alive. The same cannot be said for Ploxy, who goes up into the sky. A set is going to die. One more time, Appen goes up to 9-1-4. The Nexus falls. Cole survives, but Raccoon's undefeated streak does not. Intrepid Fox find their way into the knockout stage.
And it's so beautiful for it to come on the backs of Punisher and Appen, taking control in this game, making very smart moves, but mostly making very aggressive moves that puts them into the second position for their group, making sure that they stay in European Masters and that there is no tiebreaker shenanigans for them in their group.
What an incredible game we got to see there, with that game ending so endeth EGN's run here at the play-in stage for the EU Masters. They will be heading back because their 3-3 record was not enough to stop Intrepid Fox, who go 4-2 on the back of taking down the previously undefeated Raccoon. Raccoon do top the group 5-1. However, we are now looking at an EU Masters play-ins that does not have a single undefeated team, which just means that there is so much excitement, so much uncertainty as we get ourselves towards that knockout stage, which is coming so very soon. Tomorrow, I believe it's being played. Dino, what a cracking game we got to witness there.
What a way to close out our stream as well. This is the last game we're going to be able to show. The other stream will probably stay alive a little while because there are tiebreakers on the other stream that still have to be played. But kudos to Intrepid Fox to clutch it out. They have one game to prove that they actually deserve the second seed, and maybe if there was another day they could have gotten that first seed. Who will ever know? But now they get that second seed, and they're looking at a first seed of the other group and thinking maybe after this game, like, we can fight them for everything we've got and we might actually make it into the main event.
So if you want to see more of Raccoon, more of Intrepid Fox, make sure you do tune in again for the knockout stage coming tomorrow. For now, however, for this particular stream, we are going to head off. Do make sure to tune in to all the other streams that are going on for all of the tiebreakers here at the EU Masters play-ins. But from myself, Stanley Greyheart Barker, and from Dino Bayens, good night.